Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome everybody who has come to this hall to join us on this News Central Town Hall series here in Makurdi, the capital of Benue State. If you're watching us from home, you're watching us on social media, on your laptop or your phone, wherever it is around the world you're watching us from, we are welcoming you once again. My name is Bernard Akede. I'm lead correspondent, News Central Television. News Central is a Pan-African TV station. And we have been conducting this town hall series for over a year now, going from one state to another in Nigeria and even outside Nigeria. Our major purpose is to feel the pulse of the people and to have the people air their voices. Issues that affect the people of Nigeria, whether they are here in the country or not, News Central Town Hall is the chance, is that place where we give people the voice to speak, different from what we see on social media. Live on air, so that everybody sees it as it is, and so that the voices of the people can reach those who can make a difference for them. Some people say that a closed mouth is a closed destiny. So if we open our mouth and speak, we believe that things can work and that things will change. New Central Town Hall, again, is an avenue where we go around for people to, we go around to places where issues affecting the people may have happened before, and there has not been a proper avenue for people to complain or for the powers that be to hear the people's voices. And that's why we are here. We hope that these next 2 hours will grant all of us here the opportunity to say things as they are, so that things can change for our good. But before we proceed, we know that the state itself is led by a man of God who puts everything into prayer and into the hands of God. And because of that, we cannot start this without also committing this particular program into the hands of God. And so for that, we would like to start with our opening prayer, and I would like to call on Very Reverend Dr. Moses Urapu, who is representing the Bishop, Catholic Diocese of Makurdi, and Christian Association of Nigeria Chairman, Benue State, to please come forward and give us the opening prayer. Thank you, Father.
Those of you who are able to arise, please, may you arise for the opening prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God our Father, every day is a gift from you. You are the God who loves justice, and you are the God who has sacrificed your only Son, Jesus Christ, for peace. We thank you, God of our fathers, God of Abraham, God of Jacob, God of all believers. We thank you, the God of Benue State. We thank you, the God of Nigeria. Today, we have gathered here to find solutions to the problems that we face, not just in this state, but in the country. You created us in your image, and you have taught us to love you and to love one another. Since we cannot see you, but we see you in those around us, teach us to be honest, to be sincere when we call upon your name. No matter where we stand, no matter our color, no matter the language we speak, teach us honesty. You gave us your only Son, Jesus, who died for us. Teach us to learn to die for others, for the sake of peace and for the sake of your kingdom. We thank you for the means of communication, especially News Central, that has provided a platform for honest and sincere conversation. You have given us leaders. We pray that you touch the hearts of our leaders so that they lead, so that we are able to see you through our leaders. Touch the hearts of everyone who is here. You hear the cries of our silence, the cries of those who have been killed and could not even raise a voice for us to hear them. You heard their cry, and you continue to hear that cry. And those who don't even know about, those who will never appear on social media, on television, on newspapers, you are God who knows everything. Today is another opportunity for us to look each other in the face and decide a way forward. We know with you all things are possible. And this day too is possible because you have made it. May your love abide with us here. And may our leaders learn fear of your name and love for the people to govern. Through the same Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you so much, Father. On that note, once again, I would like to welcome everybody. Thank you so much. A quick reminder, please can we put our phones on silent so that our ringtones don't distract while the program is going on. Thank you. We're not going to waste any time. We're going straight into the conversation. Earlier, when New Central's crew came in, we visited some of the IDP camps and we were able to speak to some of the people who talked about the challenges they've been going through, who talked about how and why they currently are no longer in their ancestral home and now living in IDP camps. We would like to hear directly from some of those people. This is not social media now. This is live, what people have been through. Again, our point here, our aim here, our mission here is not to cause any troubles, it's not to open healing wounds, but it's for the people to speak up so that those who matter can hear them and so that solutions can come from them. I will first start by calling, and please forgive me if I don't pronounce the names very well. I'm still learning how to pronounce Steve names. I will start by calling Unongu Albert. Unongu Albert Haga is from Haga village, I believe. If Albert is around, please come forward, Albert. Come and tell us what you have spoken to us. Please come forward. As I call you, please come forward. Remember, we'll keep it short, just 3 minutes. But within those 3 minutes, I would like you to please explain to us what you have said before, how these issues have affected you and your family. And after Albert, Sando Philip, we also like to hear from you as well.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chiefs. In 2018/19, we have this issue of Fulani from our village. This very year, nobody is at home. So it's not even far from my village when those Fulanis come and kill my wife. She's going to the farm, and it's not far. And as this woman is in the farm, you know, soldiers are there in our village. One staff sergeant, Maxwell, he went to the farm where my wife is. I now shoot one gun up. Immediately she comes back home. Fulani come and attack my wife there and he killed her. We reported to this issue that we hear a gunshot for that place. Let them follow us to the place. He refused until around 10 to 3 a.m. He now moved to the place and we took her. So that is what happened to my wife. Last month on the 19th, 20, I buried her. And the whole farm, which we found around the place, they have grazed everything. And in fact, they have settled for that place completely now like this. That's the only story I have to say over my wife.
Thank you so much. And so far, has there been any, when you mentioned the security operatives, was there any response? Was there any solution?
Yet now, no solution up to now. No solution. They are still there grazing every day, and if they see you, they will kill you, and they have rifle. And we don't have anything. We are not going where they are.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We also want to hear from Joseph Tedzungwe Kwag. Joseph, are you around? Please come forward. And if you would like to speak in Tiv, we have Ruben here who can help us translate. So if you are comfortable speaking Tiv language, please go ahead.
Good morning, all. I greet my royal chiefs. I've come here for no other reason but for the issue of these Fulani herdsmen attack.
Ayang po karata
We were living of May 2025,
around 10
around 10 p.m.
na so Fulani river attack.
So Fulanis came and surrounded and attacked us.
We he kwa kere tu on the Winya river wula the time la na ha den yo bagano lu kle yo we fato duenga bagano lu yawen den yo banyawe lu bakuranga rembela ba enya wula la we hi ya eve hi balancing la ma nya wula we numbe la we hi ya eve hi balancing la ma nya wula we numbe.
They started shooting at that night while so many other persons were sleeping in the cold of the night because it was raining. And because it was raining, a lot of people could not run out. And in the confusion, so many persons were killed.
So nyang wula we numbe ya ma we hi kwa keli from there we go kalu na ngwa biaga lu ko wula lu po ngwa na yem chaga ma we hi wa yo.
So they came in the rains and they started shooting. And because of the sound of the rain, people could not even, so many other persons could not even hear the sound of their shots. And so they were able to kill a lot of people. Even as I'm here, I was able to escape because God made it happen.
No, you want to almost
All my family members, about 8 of them in number, were all killed. I am the only survivor.
Na kwarambe mesune lune shuma wa ngo kwa epa adi tata kwa kraga kwa silu shuma wa hamo ondo kurana bena move na behera msu hamo chisha undu na igba agba numba kwane ka mtuma ubagbra feywae.
Okay, so I want to appreciate all of you who have taken your time to come and listen to our stories. And these are our stories. We pray that as we have come together, we will find a lasting solution to this issue.
Achu kwa untunga achu moyo yang kwa kene kwa wa mutunga na ka ganisi aheva ahevita kimba local gerimba shin gele yuasin ave wasisemi.
This is not a one-man thing at all, because these guys are very sophisticated. They carry a lot of weapons. So left for me alone, I cannot fight them. Neither can my community or even the state fight these people. But with the support of the overall security, we can overcome this challenge. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to call Yobi Anyasho.
I greet you all.
So, ato chicha.
I greet all the traditional rulers present here.
So, Bishop Wasema Barubehachi.
I greet my bishop, Most Reverend Wilfred Chikwa, and all who have come to listen to my story.
I,
that is standing before you, I didn't just come. I came because of these Fulani headers issues. I live in Turan in Kwande local government. In 2014, the month of February, when these people came to our community, we welcomed them because we thought they came because of the greenery. So when time passed by, these people started coming in multitude. They didn't come like people who came to graze.
nhyɛ ma yomba ya ha to anyo.
So when they came too many, we asked them to leave our communities because we could no longer contain them, and these people became very aggressive.
Na ya ba halen to anyo ya yomba ne ave sule pa ku va da ya au pina ve kwa va ke do ya yo ga shi ya lo ga ya ni kwa.
And in aggression, when they come across any farm of any kind, whether yam farm or cassava or any kind of farm, they feed on this farm.
Na shene ya sama kalmuna ve ga polo ya kin shene yomba ya ge gela na ma ve da togbu ka ve va mi.
And when they saw that we resisted them much, we didn't really accept what they were doing, they resorted to coming around with AK-47.
Sefa se buka ma ve amne kwa ba van toke ton yongo va va la ve se na ga vange sange na ba gbe da ha bi wa nyu be vi sa ka ya so ba gbe den bi wa han shene ya.
So even when they came with these guns, we didn't know they came with the intention to kill. We thought it was just for security of their cattle. And so we started driving their cattle away. And it was at this time that they started shooting at us. And so when we discovered that these guys came with the intention to kill and to wipe us, and so we also had, at that time, we also had, took some locally available weapons to resist and to defend ourselves, and they came seriously aggressive, and the attacks were so much. So since 2014, up till date that I talked to you, these people have been killing, and the numbers they have killed is so much, and they are still killing without any hope of stopping anytime soon.
District, Momo, Klangu, Yaga.
So in the whole of Turan, there is no district where anybody is still living in the community. So all of us have come to town, and we are now living in IDP camps in Jatuaka.
Nah. Moi, quand alors on a wasea, ni se kubese ni wasese, a tu se tu ala te kwa na gande se kene ni wasese ve, se zahame. So
I have come to appeal to all of you who are listening and to the entire world that for us alone, this issue is beyond us, so we cannot help ourselves, but we are hoping that you will hear our cries today and help us to overcome this challenge. May God give all of us the strength to be able to do this for our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, there's a gentleman we spoke to earlier this morning. He joined us on our news program. He still bears the scars. Physically, you can see them, of these attacks that happened recently. And I would like to call him for just 3 minutes to tell the story that he told me and told us earlier on the news. I want to call David Ukeima. David here?
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Ukeima. I'm from Yelwata community. This incident started like this on the 15th day of June 2025. Around 10:45 p.m. was in our rooms at Yelwata. Then I had a gunshot along Lifehair Road coming to Yelwata. I was indoor. Then normally the security personnel which are in Yelwata normally warn us that when these people came at night, we should not be going outside, we should stay in, so that they will have a space to push them out. There was in. These people started shooting. They started shooting, they will shoot, and the security will also shoot back. They will shoot, and the security will also shoot back. The security in Yelwata tried so much to protect us, but they couldn't because these people have power seat them. Then, the station officer in Yelwata and the Safer Highway tried so much to cover the other side of the Yelwata, which is the old market side. Why I and my family was in new market side, Yelwata. So why these people try to capture the old market, why the security personnel does not allow them, they now diverted from old market to new market side. And they started singing Allahu Akbar, coming down to new market. And they came, immediately they get to the new market, was the particular shop I was sleeping in with my family, then started. Then they now spoiled the local door, which was on that store, and then get in. Immediately they get in, they started purchasing our people, which are in the first room, while I and my family occupy second and the third room of the shop. Then my people was asking me with a low voice, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? I told them to exercise patience. Maybe the security now will now push them out. We have a space to go out. And there was no way. The best they could do, they went out and sprayed a fuel on the roof and set fire. Then the fire started burning us. We cannot stand in again. Everybody started busting out. If you came out with a force, the best they could do is to shoot you, either matches you. I was together with my family in. I don't even know what to do. Then I asked my family to go out. Whatever happened, God will take control. Then my wife now and my kids followed the same direction and they wiped them away. Then I followed the other direction. Before my first step outside from the shop, my first step, they now matches me here. I tried to escape. Here is a gunshot. The other rushes here are fire that was coming up. Then I now ran to police station. Even to the police station which I ran to, the security now told me I should go to soldier because they are having nothing. They are left now with the only defense. They are 1 or 2 bullets in, they are gone for defense. And I ran to the soldier points. That was what happened on a very good day. They now pack us to teaching hospital. I was discharged day before yesterday. And I don't know where to go. All of my things are burned to ashes. They now took me to IDP camp. That is why I'm here today. My wife was killed with 3 sons. Then we are pleading with government of Benue State and the entire government of Nigeria that if there is any way they can remedy this situation, because it's getting worse and worse every day, daily. It started in 2011. This is how it was displayed. And my village, from Yelwata to my village, is a trackable distance. We couldn't go there. We give these people a lot of gap. They are grazing there. We don't really know what brought them in Yelwata to also attack us on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would also like to call Edwin Mwese. Thank you.
So, Sechi.
I greet you all. Standing here, my name is Edwin Mwesi from IDP Camp Anyi.
Fulani, you say you 214.
Fulani started disturbing us since 2014 in Tombu, Ayilamo.
Fulani was a fishy, but I'm going to ask him about gunning by one near but one say, hey.
Fulani killed so many of us, our families, our brother, our siblings, our relations, and up to today they are still killing us.
Until him the lamb and a Zazania pass and back, but not Zachary conscience is a ya, silver to do. I miss.
Thank you so much for staying with us. It's still New Central Town Hall series hosted here in Makurdi, the Benue State capital. We want to apologize for the break in transmission, the brief break in transmission, and we thank you for staying with us. We're going to do everything to ensure that this transmission is smooth from now till the end of this live broadcast. We were still speaking to some of the victims of victims of insecurity and would I say headers clash in Benue State here, and one of the victims was speaking to us before we unfortunately went on that break. So she will start again, and then we'll continue the conversation with her.
So Nechi,
I greet you all.
Moka Edwin Mwesi,
I am Edwin Mwese.
Mom do her GP camp Anyi, Mangu Tambu, Ashina Iram.
From IDP camp Anyin. I am Tombo in Ayilamo.
Can you me 214 la? Can you me 214 la Fulani? Vaduation Yao or Yawa at Zege?
In the year 2014, Fulani attacked our village in Azege.
Fulani Wang Banamba or Yawa, he de Hela Yenha Anibe, the Wa.
They killed my husband's people and they went back to Aibe and killed my father and my sister. Even up till now, they have not stopped. And they have forced all of us in our community into IDP camps. All my relations, all my community is in IDP, and we cannot do anything, we cannot farm, we cannot even go about. Even when we Even when we go on the roads, on bikes, they attack our bikes and they kill us, they collect our bikes. When we go to the bush to get firewood, they attack us and they kill us. When we go to the farms to get foods for our families and our children, they still attack us and kill us. They are even attacking us, the women, in the bushes and raping us simply because we go to the bush to get firewood and to get food for our family. Even as I am here, I have come with some of my relations who personally were attacked by Fulanis. One of them was attacked on the leg, one of them on the shoulder, and the other one at another place. They are all here with me today. So as it is now, this thing has become too much that even for some of them, when you look at them, you think they are normal, they are okay. As she's standing here, she's not okay. Mentally, she's disturbed, and physically, she's not okay. So I am left with no choice but to leave this message for our brothers and sisters who are in government offices and occupying different positions in the communities, that they should unite. This is a time for us to unite and to come together as brothers and sisters to face our challenges and to overcome this issue together. Because as it is now, it looks like even in our homes, they can come any day and kill us. If you go to our villages, it will even be worse.
si fa esi ele Fulani be abe hinta wasine.
Thank you very much for your effort in seeing that we thief come together and see that with this issue of headers in our communities is a thing of the past.
Thank you. I'll take 2 more people for now, and then we move to the next part of our agenda. Gabriel Ocheche.
Good morning, our real fathers in the house. Good morning, everyone. I thank God for this privilege and this medium to at least express what I've witnessed from 2012 when I was in SS2. The crisis started in Agatu as at then, but for time will not permit me to say, or I'll just go straight to what happened in Ijaha-Ibele, Apa local government in Benue State. On 16 February 2024, which is last year, we were in the house. And a day before that particular day, a man was killed in Adija, which is the next village to Ijaha-Ibele. So we had the awareness that something may happen. Then on 16 February, it happened 8 a.m. in the morning. We had a gunshot. And before we could run, they were on bike, 2 per each bike. And before we could run from the village, they already killed my friend Moses Ongbede, which we ran together from the community. And I've killed other 4 before coming to the community. They used machete to kill those ones because they knew if they kill them with the gun, it will alarm the people in the community. So they killed the other 4 before coming to the village. Then after running for lives, some others were killed. Another 6 were killed from my village too. And the other village before my village, about 4 before they came. Then outside that, there are other places near us that this thing have happened, and the obvious part of it is that there is no any intervention. I'm talking in particular the Zone C. There is no IDP camp. Thank God so far the Catholic Diocese of Otukpo and also the Methodist Diocese of Apa, I think they have helped so far in helping the people who run from their homes, give them a place to stay, and after a while they will have to go to their relatives to stay. And after staying with their relative, they see that they become a burden to their relative, they will run back to their home, which is not safe. Then, 1st June this year, at Ankpali Ediko, something happened, which I think that is one of the most things that alarm or that has raised the news or has gotten to so many persons that people now online come to ask what is going on. I have a friend from there, Adakole Emmanuel, who told me everything, that these people, they are not friends at all, because they come to that place to get food and they do not touch them. They get some things they want by force, and still when they are leaving, they will come back and shoot and kill. And there is no any solution without identifying a problem. As a farmer, I think I've identified something. The farmland, or let me say the crops, is the highest value, or anything you can place value to farmers. Then the cattle on their own side is the highest thing they have placed valued. They have vowed that a cow, that's 10 heads could go for a cow, a head of a cow that go. They allegedly say people poison their cow. I think the last one that happened was in my village. They allegedly say the farmers are killing their cattle, that they poison their crops to, by that, kill the cow. And now the farmers, the farmland or the crops is what they have. So from the whole thing, I think the government have to see to this. We need intervention. No NGO is coming to that side, and there is nothing done about this so far. So I thank you all, and by this conversation, I pray there is a remedy to this.
Thank you. I'll take one more person and then we move on to the next agenda on our program. I would like to call Jerry IM and Ier Jonathan-Ichaver, who is the co-founder of CESO, will bring her up to stage and would help us interpret for her. After this, we are going to discuss about the farmer header issue. And then we have certain persons who would intimate us about what exactly is going on and what we possibly can do. How did this start? Where are we now?
I greet you all. My name is Jerry. I am from Yelewata. In the night, around 9 p.m., it was going to rain. It started raining and they ran into the room. Around 10 p.m., the Fulanis entered. They started shooting. They didn't shoot for too long, then they came to our door. They struck down the door. They entered and started cutting my children with machetes. They killed my children and my mother. They cut them with machetes. It was too much for her and she held on her hands to the roof. Thank you. The roof. Then they now put fire to the house. The fire caught the roof and she managed to drop and run out. She says she cannot speak much because right now her heart is broken. Her heart is broken. Just to mention, please, Valentine Kwachimi, we have some trauma counselors here, so they will also offer support. And she came in from the hospital, determined to tell her story, and we will be working with her, and she will be getting help, which she has been getting, but she needed to speak. Thank you very much.
We want to say thank you to everybody who has come forward to speak. We were able to speak to so many people, but obviously we cannot take everybody's testimony of the issues that have happened and the losses they have suffered. We pray that the good Lord would grant them the fortitude to bear these losses, and we pray that things will change. But everybody who has spoken here talked about farmers and herders, and we want to know what the issue is here. How did this all start? So we have some people who would further educate us so that we can find a way to move forward. I'd like to call Chief Dennis Bogon Usa, is the president of the United Farmers Association.
It's okay. Good morning, everybody. Your Royal Highness, good morning. My name is Chief Dennis Bongbota. Specifically, I want to go straight to the issue. To the best of our dealings, there's no real issue. I say no real issue between farmers and herders. What we are facing is a coordinated attack on farmers and herders. We that stays together, we know our issue. Let me just raise an issue. The police, the civil defense that we work with more often are not helping us, especially the National State security agencies. They are not helping us. We tell them what our problems are. They are aware of our problems, and they kept misinforming people, inciting farmers and herders. And that has become the basis of this attack. If we are properly being understood, this issue would have been over. The attack on Yerwata was not carried out by herders, but rather what? A proscribed bandit, the Lakrawa bandit. And where did they start coming? They were there, they took all our farms, they were camped, they were worshipped, they were prayed for to execute the attack. And we informed the civil defense, we informed the police of their arrival in November 2024. This attack in Yerwata happened on June 13. And the day of the attack, we still informed them when they had meetings in Kadarko and Giza. I expect that the DPO Kadarko and the DPO Giza should be invited to stay inside of it, because he was aware. We told him about the meeting. He participated in the meeting. But at the end of the day, they discovered that the people said they are going to attack Benue, not that area. And the attack happened. So each time we gathered and they are bringing an issue of herders farmer, it irritates me. We don't have real issue as farmers and herders. But what we are facing is a coordinated genocidal attack being sponsored by a proscribed bandit that you know. Most of these people are not even Nigerian. The Buzai government are not Nigerian, they are from Niger, they are from Mali. They've come here, and who brought them? We kept telling you people that. Ask the chief of Kadarko, ask the Osano of Kiana, ask the chief of Giza, ask them, how does this people come here? They did not come there of their own. People brought them. They are alleged they bought the land. Our land has been sold to them. They have paper to show us. They have alleged they have acquired the land. So how did they come there? The traditional rulers of Nassau State are alleging that the government gave them an executive order to reallocate land to farmers. My ancestral farmland should be allocated. And if I don't have means to pay, somebody else should buy. These are the issues we're having there. So if this conversation must have a headway, the Nassau State government should be fully involved. What we are facing here does not start from Benue. It is coming from Nassau Axis. And Nassau Axis, 3 local government Nassau Axis are financing this bandit. Kiana, Obi, and Doma, primarily. These 3 local governments are behind this bandit. We know what happens there. When they are coming, it's not hidden. We get information they don't act on. Let me inform you what is happening there that you don't even know. The suspect that has been alleged to be arrested, we don't even know them. If they were allowed, we identified them. Most of the time, they end up taking innocent citizens just to cover the secret. Why the perpetrator continue to carry out the act? We gave them names, we gave them phone numbers, and these people are still there. They are still there. So who are these people they are arresting? If they would have arrested them, why is the attack going on? Even today, Kadarko has been attacked early morning. So if they have arrested these people, why is the attack going on? So these are our issues. Thank you. I don't want to go more than this. Thank you.
Chief Dennis, before you go, you made some allegations. You called some local government. You mentioned some things. How do you have this information? Because we're live on TV. We don't want to make allegations that we cannot prove. How do you know?
My brother, I'm born and brought up in Nassau State. I'm indigenous of Kadarko. I worked in Sokoto State for the past 20 years. I hope I'm very much conversant about this trend more than anybody that's here. I'm telling you what is happening. I'm saying that Kiana local government, Doma local government, and Obi local government are co-founder of this crisis that were happening. We have documents to prove them. And I mentioned some traditional rulers who has invited these people and sold this land to them. I mentioned their names. The Osana of Kiana, the chief of Kadarko, the chief of Giza, primarily masterminded this attack. And these people who are are killing are alleging that they acquired this land and they have right to do anything they want to do with the land. But where did they get them from? So what we are telling you is not the issue of, first we have evidence to prove. We say bring them. Bring them. The governor of Nassau is where we have been reading series of petitions. I just told you that we informed the Commandant General of Civil Defense when the Black Rock bandits started arriving in the Akanga Forest and Kadako Forest. We informed them in November 2024. We informed them. So it is not the issue of you bring them, we tell them. And they can't deny we have record to prove. And mind you, I am from that place. And I don't think what I'm telling you is more than what I must tell you. Let them sit, I will tell them, the governors are aware. We have told the governors are aware. But one funny thing that all they are driving is to grab the land. The 10 people in National State has been single-handedly aside for the attacks. And what they are saying that the thief have all over colonized them. They have to go back to Benue. And what they will say that if the law in Benue must exist, the 10 people in that place have to pave way for this person to come and dominate. And for your information, 80% of these cattle there are indigenous cattle. The Fulani nomadic that you kept accusing, they're not there. They don't have the cattle there. The cattle recycling within National State are cattle that belong to these top security agencies, politicians who employ this service of this people to come and ride cattle for them. Even in Benue, there are some top politicians that are riding cattle. They hire these people to ride these animals for them. So that is why we're having this problem. So we are ready to give you facts and figure, evidence-based report. Let them sit, we tell them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'd also like to call Dr. Ondwaka Asambe, DG Bureau of Livestock and Transboundary Animal. Okay, before that, I apologize. Let me first call Barrister Tehemen Aurabe from Benue Valley.
Morning, all. Thank you for having me. I want to affirm and confirm what the other speaker has just said. He's a member of the Benue Valley Initiative. The chairman of the board is also here, Professor Zagundu. We have been complaining about the activities of the security agencies. We reported this matter several to the AIG Zone 4, so what he's saying is correct. But I'm here to speak about the legal aspect of these issues. Now, Section 14, subsection 2B.
Has a lot of break. Yes, sir.
To farmers in Nigeria than to herdsmen. Look at section 16A, subsection 1C, which says that the government must make sure that there is food security and no person, no institution, or no organization is allowed to compromise food security. It is constitutionally stated. So any government that fails to promote food security and allows herdsmen to compromise food security is also failing in its duty constitutionally. Now the government or some people claim that anybody has the right to move freely. There are several categories of rights. There are personal rights and then there are citizenship rights. If you come into Nigeria and you are not a citizen of Nigeria, it's not every right that you are entitled to. You are entitled to be protected, your right to life is there. But for you to move about freely and reside in any part of the country, you must be a citizen. If you are not, you cannot be allowed to move freely like they are allowing Fulani herdsmen to move about. Because most of them, as we know, it has been confirmed that they are not Nigerians. So once you are not a Nigerian, you are not entitled to move freely. It is only a Nigerian citizen that is entitled to move freely and reside in any part of the country. Look at the Constitution. Other sections say any person. That one inures to anybody, whether you are a citizen or not. But when you come to sections 41, 42, that deals with movement, that deals with having the power to reside or to have property in any part of the country, it's only a citizen that can have that. So our government should know that these rights are not open to every other person. Now again, when you are talking about rights, the government has the obligation to protect, enforce any law whether it is made by the state government or the federal government, the federal agencies that are security oriented have the duty to enforce any law that is made to protect the lives and citizens. Nobody can say, no, this law is made by the state, so the federal government cannot enforce it. So, again, it's no excuse. We're talking about open grazing prohibition law now. There's no excuse to say that unless the law is made by the federal government, it cannot be enforced. No. In 1999, Ahmed Yerima started Sharia law. President Obasanjo said it was political Sharia. Section 10 of the Constitution says that no state religion is allowed, but yet they are enforcing state religion in some northern states, and the federal government has not gone there to help them do that. So we don't need to make so many laws, bring federal government to come and make an open grazing prohibition law before it can be enforced. Now, the duty of government is to protect us, not allow herdsmen to attack. I think the Chief of Defense Staff says something which we must echo it. I heard somebody say it from New Central, that it is farmer-herder clashes. No, farmers don't move, herders move. The Chief of Defense Staff said that it's only when two things are moving that they can clash. So it is official from the security agencies that there is no farmer-herder clashes. It is only when somebody is moving and another person is moving that they can clash. Land does not move, cattle move. Farmers are not moving, they are on their farms. It's the herdsmen that are coming to attack them. So let us foreclose that chapter of farmer-herder clashes going on from now. So the government is obligated Thank you very much. The government is obligated to protect us, to protect the citizens. It's a priority matter. If you don't do it, you are an illegitimate government. So we are encouraging our government to do everything possible to make sure that our people are protected. If not, they lose their legitimacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, as we wrap up this particular segment and go to the next one on our agenda, I also want to call Dr. Aundwaka Sambe. He's the DG, or DG, Bureau of Livestock and Transboundary Animal Control in Benue State. If he's here, to please join us. And if not, we also are trying, still concerning this, I would also like to call Ibrahim Galma, Mr. Ibrahim Galma. He's the Secretary of Mieti Allah in Benue State. We also like to hear from them to know what exactly the issues are with, the movement of animals. We've talked about it, saying it's not, now we have heard that it is not farmer-herder clashes, that it's just herders that move. So we're trying to reach out to, or we have reached out to the Mieti Allah group, and we hope that somebody from there will be able to join us before we end the program. Having said that, we are quickly moving on the program. When we came, I mentioned earlier that we went to the IDP camps, and we've heard the stories from some of our women here, our mothers, and the challenges that they've had. In terms of insecurity and challenges, it is usually the women and the children who are the most vulnerable. And so because of that, we want to hear from them too, and hear how this is affecting them, and what can possibly be done to protect all of us, but particularly laid emphasis on our women and our children. I would like to call Anule Margaret Mbalame. She's woman leader, Unongu Albert. I hope I got that pronunciation right. If she's around, please let her come forward. Is she with us? Okay. We'll be expecting her. There's also Ebute Alice, woman, one of the representatives of the women are among us. Is Alice here, please? Okay.
Good morning to you all. As we all heard, my name is Ebuti Alice. I'm from Otukpo local government area of Benue State. On the 15th of April, around 5 to 6, we had an attack. We had a gunshot, and it was terrible because we have not experienced such thing. It was something that the trauma was too much for us to bear. We couldn't even say or do anything. We were out of control. We were running helter-scattered. Our parents were killed. So many were injured, and they have to be in the hospital. Up till now, some are still in the hospital presently. We don't have anything to do. All we have to say is to plead with the government for security. Now, our home have been so terrible. Many have moved out of our home. Insecurity, there are so many situations on ground now. Food, we could not access our farm products on the farm. Our children are homeless. They have moved out of the home. So many attacks on the herdsmen, on our lives. I don't have much to say. All I have to say this afternoon is just for the government to provide security for our home and loved ones.
Thank you. I would like to call on a lady who has also been helping us as we have been trying to reach, the survivors of these clashes and to see how they can actually be settled. I would like to call Ier Jonathan-Ichaver. She's the co-founder of CESO.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and due respect and due protocols to everybody who is present. I shall stand on them. I just want to say, for CESO, we've been working in this space for the last 11 years at least, in fact, since 2009. And over the years, we've seen this has progressed. These attacks are genocidal. And one of the things we're advocating, we need to call them what they are. They're genocidal attacks and ethnic cleansing that is going on, not just in Benue, but across the Middle Belt. Much as we've heard all the appeals to government, we're not just appealing, we're calling on the federal, state, local government at all levels to do their job. Section 14(2)(b) of the Nigerian Constitution says the primary purpose of government shall be the security of the people and their welfare. Anything else, it is turenchi, as we say here. So it is critical that we understand that and begin to call our governments and hold them to a higher standard. In the wake, there's so much to say, but in the wake of the Yelwata attacks, one of the things we work for and advocate for is for people to get first justice, because without justice, there can be no peace. That is just the way God has created human beings. We've worked since 2009, to our account, with our partners, the Foundation for Justice, Development and Peace. There have been over 622 attacks coordinated in Benue alone. That includes maybe about 3 or 4 that we counted in the Tiv-speaking parts of Taraba and Nasarawa, or maybe just a little more. Those numbers are increasing. In the last 2 years alone, over 1,100 people have been killed. I'm just talking Benue. This has spread across the Middle Belt. They come in from places like Nasarawa, from Taraba. Now, when our government says these are foreigners, no foreigner, as we saw with 9/11, can go to any country that takes the security seriously, do an attack and get away scot-free. In Nigeria, we have seen them getting away scot-free for far too long. The other thing we need to point out, as we work with the displaced and see, we've heard all the testimonies from farmers. This is an attack on Nigeria, on the West African sub-region, and we need to give it the seriousness it deserves, because they're also attacking our food security. I'll touch very quickly on the displaced persons. In Benue alone, estimates, the last official estimates we had, put the displaced at over 2 million. Those are country sizes. That's the size of a country. And what is happening is that we're being driven out of our rural ancestral homes into the cities. Farms are being left, being taken over by these herdsmen. In some places, we've not, in places across the Middle Belt, we have also seen that they are beginning to rename those cities and those towns they've taken over. Also, there's been some illegal mining activity that is also going on, which is further fueling this crisis. The third thing is kidnapping, of course, is rampant. In the last data that we have, they've kidnapped in the last, I think, five years, well over 100 people receiving ransom on this, and raped 95 women to our count. Please let us note that these figures are underreported, because a lot of the communities sometimes just don't report and just try to recover. So our message and our call is for government to rise up to its responsibilities. We'll also appeal to the security agencies to please do their job. It is not their job to come after people have been killed and a genocidal attack has happened. It is not their job to come and be telling us their permutations as to why those killings are happening. The first thing they should do is arrest the perpetrators and their founders. To that extent, we call on the cattle breeding associations to please come into the 21st century and do their work properly. No country around the world goes around grazing their cattle. We're not even in the top 10 of those who breed cattle. Instead, what they do is they ranch their cattle with money that the private investment, or they take loans and ranch their cattle. We say that there's not enough land and there's desertification. Israel and many other countries have shown us that you can actually irrigate your desert land and ranch. So the idea that there's no land is not true up in the north, for example. So if people want to breed cattle and want to do that, then they should. Otherwise, others who are killing should be investigated, arrested for being accessories and promoting genocide. These are very serious international human rights crimes, and we believe that in due course we'll be pursuing reparations and justice from the criminal courts. A last appeal to our government for the displaced. We've heard from all the communities, and this is the story. We've gone from Agatu to Aila, to Badigbo, we've gone to Segbinde, we've gone to all the places across Benue State. We have a camp. Sometimes it happens, some places they set a camp. There's no rebuilding or proper resettling. We need to go back to our farms. That's the most important thing our people can do. So we're calling and insisting that that is what we need. We need our farms and our homelands made secure, because that's the long-term thing. Tiv people, Benue people, the people of the Middle Belt, my brothers and sisters in Idoma land, Igede land, Etulo, and all over Benue, we're not beggars. We have never been beggars. Am I lying? We're proud, hardworking people, and we've been feeding not just this nation, but West Africa. So it is not our intent to be in IDP camps. I've been working in that space for over 10 years or more. And every time it's the same story. Even the people, they don't want to be in those camps. So it is time for us to take concerted action and to resettle our people and rebuild our homes. To this end, I will also call for partnerships with our communities in Benue to begin to rebuild our homes. There's so much to say, but we really do not have time. Today is for the survivors. It's for us to hear their stories. And we are calling on concerted, urgent action. Because if Benue goes down, the Middle Belt goes down. If the Middle Belt goes down, Nigeria goes down. If Nigeria goes down, Africa is going down. This is a very serious issue. So thank you very much for the time. Let me hand back the mic to those who really matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mentioned earlier that we also have a guest who is joining us, is a member of Mieti Allah, and we actually would like him to also speak with us. He's coming to join us now. And then after that, he's the secretary, apparently. He's the secretary actually of Mieti Allah here, and we've heard so much of what has been going on, but he is also coming to speak to us, we mentioned earlier.
Yes. Thank you so much, the MC, for giving me this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. My name is Eba Hingalma. I'm the State Secretary of Mietiala Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, Benue State chapter. And I would like to, first of all, before I speak other things, I would like to draw the attention of everyone that are here. But before then, I recognize our royal fathers who are here. I salute you, sir, with due respect, and other senior members and the security personnel who are here. This is very significant. It is time for everybody to express itself and contribute on the ongoing conflict in the state. But before then, in the society today, the Fulanis herders many communities in Benue State. The government of Benue State and the federal government of Nigeria has tried all their best to ensure that they protect and save the life of citizens. We recognize the effort of Benue State government and the federal security who are also doing their much to ensure that peace reigns in the state. But in this regard, the situation that started just within the little families or farmer herders families has metamorphosed or transformed to deadly criminals activities in the state. I heard other speakers mentioning that it's no longer farmer herders issues, and in my stand also, I would recognize that there are higher risks of criminal element perpetrating in this conflict. I can categorically tell you that the Fulani community has also so far devastated, has been destroyed in so many local government areas in Zone A, Zone B, and even in Zone C. We are having a little crisis in Zone C before, if not Agatu local government, but in this year, Otuko local government, Apa local government, Okoku local government, and some part of Ado have also erupted. The herders has nowhere to stay in Otuko. About 250 families of herders has been displaced. Their houses has been burned, and many were killed. The same areas in Guma, Logo, Kasinala, Okum, Makudi local government, and some areas within the neighboring local government of Taka and Buruku. Really, these attacks has made the herding community nowhere to stay or to hide themselves, because it's a serious issue. Our livestock, our women, our elderly men have been attacked in all ramifications. And what we notice, these attacks majorly were perpetrated by criminal elements, not ordinary farmers. There are friendly relationships still going on between farmers and herders in the state. As Magban, we recognize that, but there are higher tendency of criminal activities. That is the truth of the matter. And when we are not collaborated, when we are not sitting to dialogue to discuss, and to give the security and the government the real issues, we will continue having the problem. It's very unfortunate. Some people are mentioning Nasarawa and Taraba. Really, higher rate of herding communities, their saving grace to survive is Nasarawa State. They mention local government, Duma, Kiana, and Obi are the concentrated settlement where the Fulani has been relocated for far too long. That is a fact. And in those local governments, they survive with the communities, with the farming community, including Tiv origin. The higher percentage of farmers along the Nasarawa South, the occupant of the farming community in Nasarawa South, mostly are tea farmers. And the same thing in Taraba. When you go to Taraba, we carry local government, moving down to Gasol, Bali, you see most of the occupant of farming community, they are also tea farmers, but they coexist with herders. Even in Benue State and Guma, right now, some areas in Guma, along Bajimba, Abuse, and some areas around the water areas, people live peacefully between farmer and herders. But what is happening within these areas, Makodi to Lafia roads, is criminal activities. Criminal activities started from this 15 to 13 April 19. One herder was killed because of drinking water. Cattle mashed drinking water and they destroyed drinking water, and he was attacked. The small boys of 18 years was attacked and mashed. He died at teaching hospital, Benue State Teaching Hospital, and the local government chairman of Guma local government tried as much to rescue the life of that young herders. He took him to hospital, but unfortunately, they as a result of sustained injury, and that resulted to the ongoing crisis that we are facing in this existing Guma. Okoho, UTC, Yelwata. This crisis emanated from April 1st, because of one single soul. So it is very unfortunate when we are not collaborated. Really, we will continue to face these challenges. So my own take home from our community, so far we are at the receiving end. We don't have, because of the security situation, I think the herding community, many of them were afraid to show up in this. If not, we will come more than these numbers. They will come, but this crisis, the security should know. The traditional rulers also should know. This crisis has become a cross-border issue now. Most of what is happening in Yelwata and some other boundary area has interface with Nasarawa border. The herders from Nasarawa, those who are grazing within the borders, they were attacked by criminals. Most of their cattle were killed. I believe the security have the record. And this result to this catastrophe that we are facing. So as Magban in the state, we are worried. And what we are praying is peaceful coexistence between farmers and herders in Benue State. And what we are calling is collaborative approach between the farming community and the herding community in the state. If we collaborate, the moment we collaborate, we expand our collaboration, we'll be able to prosper solution and give the security better information to tackle the problem. Thank you very much, my brothers and sisters.
Thank you so much. Before you go, you mentioned, of course, what you are saying now is that the herders here have been wrongly accused, yes, and that the people have been living in harmony before. Has there been any, what kind of communication or what kind of help have you been able to give to the government and to security operatives so that they know that this is not from them, yes, this is an infiltration?
Yes, I think I mentioned earlier the most difficulty aspect of this conflict has become a cross-border issues. The herders who are living along the boundary between Benue and Taraba, and those who are living along the boundary between Benue and Nasarawa, they were attacked in several locations within the borders areas, and this is the problem. I think the security operative from both the neighboring states have to stood up to their feet. As a Magban, we always carry out advocacy to ensure that we give the security proper information to tackle the issue. Really, the farming community, the herding community are movable in nature. They are nomadic. They move. You can find that some herders from Nasarawa, even from Plateau, during dry season, they find their way in Benue State for their livestock to survive, because we have different factors that are affecting their livestock, this desertification and lack of water. When the water dries during rainy season, they move around to the river Benue Valley for the survival of their cattle. Nothing more than that. But because of this criminality, those who are attacking the livestock in large number and killing the livestock, are even taking their criminal elements. And that generated most of the atrocity that we are seeing. It is very unfortunate. As a body of herding organization in the state, we are always standing on our feet to ensure that we deliver, we give the security information on how to tackle the thing. What we are advocating is for the local government. It's in every local government where the herders, the local government and the security outfit to recognize the herders who are there and to identify them. Let's carry out a survey to identify who and who family of herders are living in so areas of the local government. Then when we get them, We know that the indigenous knows them. They were living in harmony for far too long. I think they become part and parcel of the community. Then they can reintegrate it with the decision to live together. Hence, there is peaceful coexistence between them. So when we do that, we establish that collaboration between the local farmers and the local header, we can be able to get the roots of all these problems. Those who are coming, people accuse that people are coming from the outside the state. Yes, but with collaboration, we can be able to get information to tackle them. I think this is what the advocacy that the MAGBAN is calling for in the state, collaboration approach between the government, farming community, security agency, all hands on decks to join hands together to face the situation in real condition, because it's criminality. It's no longer farmer headers issue. I agree with that 100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are moving segment by segment. We definitely will get to the part where we will have our security operatives speak, representative of the government, our traditional heads, and our religious leaders too will also speak. This collaborative effort is what everybody is asking for. We have our youths who have also been affected. Well, we visited some of the IDP camps, and some young men and women who have cried to us that their land has been taken, they cannot farm, they don't have a hope for the future. We want to listen to them as well. But before then, I have some people who are also going to speak just before we go to the next segment. Tavereshima Olamungwa, please forgive me if I didn't get the name correctly. He also spoke to us earlier about some of the challenges he faced and what happened to him.
I greet you all, and I greet God, the creator of heaven and earth. I greet my parents and my siblings and every one of you who is here and all of those who have hosted this event. My name is Tavishima, and I live in IDP Anyin. I was born in Yilamo, and I was displaced by Fulani's crisis in 2014. And so I came to live in Nanyin. So I was looking for a place to farm, and because I couldn't get, I had to relocate and move to Takum.
By Chanchangi Ward.
By Chanchangi Ward.
So I don't shaman kaha shua kaha wua. Kaha wua nea plan eva had bua kiluya.
There I farmed extensively. I farmed guinea corn, I farmed Benue State and other crops. And one day, Fulani came to feast on these crops. When I got there, I didn't see any Fulani person in sight. I only saw the cattle grazing on my crops. So while I was trying to send these cattle away from my farm, a Fulani man suddenly walked to me. He asked me why I was driving away the cattle. Because there was no grasses for the cattle to feed on. And the only thing that there was for the cattle to feed on was the crops on my farm. So I should allow the cattle to feed. So I told them that cattle don't feed on crops, they feed on grasses. So he made to leave. So I left the place, and while I was going, I now saw some other Fulani men, and I asked them who owns this cattle. So they said they don't know.
Madam Guru Hinyama to a second why am I covered discovering me, showing you building.
So why I made to move, before I discovered a cutlass on my hand.
Now plan a lot of pin when I check I Momoruzilla Bua. You Momo de Bua Yakwa Gakai.
So the man was cutting me with cutlass and was asking me why I would not let their cattle to feed on my crops. So I started running.
So I'm here with some work, but
because I ran because there was no way I could fight them.
All the youngins are killing Allah. All the youngins are killing Allah more than reports.
So the man in whose house I was staying went to report the incident. So and the security refused to attend to it. So and there was nobody I could go to.
So
all right, so you can see my hand. So you can see that I'm handicapped, and this is as a result of Fulani's attack. They attacked my hand and they cut my hand, and you can see that they have made me a handicap by now.
So my son she will be Manana swim him, Mana, Babayiran Po, and Hamas, Zuagbanda, God, EQ gun.
So for me as a farmer, I have nothing to do, but I'm appealing to our community leaders to help come together and fight this menace so that it will become a thing of the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. We also have Tokwa Tekimbir Francis. Okay, please come forward. We have to calm down because he is on a wheelchair so that we can speak with him.
Sonochi.
I greet you all. I take this time to thank God, who is the creator of heaven and earth, for making this day possible. I greet our traditional rulers in all their categories. And our fathers and mothers who are here, thank you for being here.
Okay.
My name is Tokura Tekimi Francis. I am from IDP camp Ukbam in Guma local government area. So I'm not speaking so much. I just want to speak about the Fulani and how I am affected.
2018, Fulani in
In 2018, Fulani invaded my house in our community and they killed a lot of persons. Myself, being a handicapped, I was able to escape because of the good friend that I had. Even myself, they burnt all my things and destroyed everything. Even right now, I don't have anywhere to stay. I sleep on the mat. And recently, in the recent attack in Yellow Water, they killed some of my family members, numbering about 12 of them. Now in our IDP camp, we don't even sleep. Every day we hear we hear gunshots from the headers, and it is only God who's protecting us as it is.
Some of the government, o Nigeria government of Benue ma angbana sma vese ma banya ba yira hanene but no gun has hida siyem ga yinaga sma mano graga ya sma yinga ba ta yanga ya ko yanga jimichi simbo ka ave.
We are passionately appealing to the government at the federal, state, and local governments, and everybody who has the power to help us in this situation to come to our aid. For as it is now, even to eat is difficult. We are feeding like animals in the bush.
So no, Michi, say when you have a somebody here who ba guy yinaga.
Thank you very much for coming and the privilege to give the privilege to speak to tell our stories. And we pray that God should come to our aid. Otherwise, it is not funny. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last person I will call on this segment now is Terwase Yosamba.
I greet my traditional rulers and every other person who is here at this moment. My name is Tewasi Yoshambe in Kwande local government area.
Common district.
Common district. Okay, my community is living at the boundary between Benue and okay, we're living at the border communities in Benue State.
It's in the front, it's in the Seho district, Banchechi.
Fulanis have sent us all the way from the district in Kwande local government, and the last district that has been sent away from their homes is my district this last time. The major issue that is bothering us right now is that there is no way for us to ever go back to those our villages. And
it's okay.
Some persons are currently mining some of those our communities in Kwande local government. But for these people, they are mining safely and they have never complained of any issues. They have their securities who watch over them every day. But when the locals from the thief community work in the mining site, they are usually attacked by Fulanis and they are killed. But when those officials, the mining officials of those companies around, when they are there, nothing happens to them. It was in December 25th last year that for us, we had no choice but to leave our community. So when Fulanis invaded, they killed 13 of our relations in the same household. Okay, so the only surviving person who was macheted ruthlessly and his leg was cut is here with me in this venue. I will not blame the security. They have always tried. But it looks like the powers that the firepower that people bring is beyond them. They cannot contain. And it seems the agenda is to take over Benue State.
Governor of Benue State, una fetua on the Shimase, Unongu, Unenga Bandru, Kajila, Alua Bandua State, Bagemba, Wangunyon, Shemikalem Bulanwe.
So I pray and I call on the governor of Benue State to try his best possible so that he protects the boundaries of our state. For it is through these boundaries with other states that these people come into the state to launch attacks. And if care is not taken, after this issue, these Fulani issues, we'll begin to face the issues of the miners. Because they are even buying our land, taking over our land, and building there, and they are taking possession of everywhere. And the Fulanis are there too, with their cattle, and they are grazing freely. They have no issues. May God help our governor in his work in the protection of life and security, and all those who are supporting him in this struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience. For those of us watching at home, those who have come to join us here, thank you so much. We're moving on straight to the next segment. We have a group of people that have been working with the affected people here, and that's the civil society organizations, the CSOs. They've been working closely with the victims. They've been working closely with other organizations to ensure that our people do not continue to suffer losses, and that those who have suffered losses can seek help, and that help can reach them. And these are the people that we want to call now to tell us how the work has been going and what we can do to improve these works with the victims. Let's not forget that these victims are our brothers and our sisters. The first person I would like to call is Dr. Mrs. Helen Dennis Tegeteg, who's the country lead, Community Links and Human Empowerment Initiative. She's going to be represented by Mr. Gideon Iyom, Community Links and Human Empowerment Initiative. Mr. Gideon.
Thank you. Thank you. Distinguished guests and everyone that is listening to me online or any other place. I stand here not just on the weight of Dr. Mrs. Helen Tete. I stand here on the weight of voices of our people who are both in the diaspora and in Nigeria. I represent stakeholders, I represent movement, civic movements. So I'm going to speak a little bit lengthy because of this interest that I'm representing. If it were just me, I would have just spoken in 2 lines. But because of these large groups I'm representing, I have to also lay a background so that you will understand why we're here. So, the reality on ground is very grim. Benue State is our homeland. But it has become a battleground where our communities are under siege, where our villages have been turned into graveyards, and the people live in constant fear of an extinction. Let us stop calling these things other names. They are massacres. It is not a farmer-header clashes. We are not clashing with anybody. We have been massacred in our homes, and we want this point to be established and noted by everybody who is and targeted brutal campaign of displacement, destruction, and death. Over 7,000 people have been killed since the inception of this crisis. These are not statistics. These are lives of our people that have been killed, even in their sleep. Over 2 million people have been displaced since this crisis erupted. Dozens of villages have been wiped off on the map of Benue State. Our schools are empty, and our farmlands have been abandoned, and our people are broken. You can see from the stories of these people that are speaking here, it's evidence. It's not speculation. You are seeing for yourselves. This is not a conflict between equals. It is a war where one side is largely defenseless, while the other ones come armed, organized, and sometimes faceless. And what is even more disturbing in this new wave of attacks is that they often carry out by militia elements. Sometimes they are described as foreign herdsmen, Sometimes they are described as herdsmen terrorists, and sometimes they are described as unknown gunmen. But in all of this, there are one description: they are our killers. But let me address one matter of urgent importance that is of very weighty concern to the voices that are represented here in this town hall meeting. This is a matter that hinged on the Benue State Open Grazing Prohibition and Ranches Establishment Law 2017 that was passed into law by the agitation and action of the Benue people. This law was meant to modernize livestock practices, protect our farmers, and prevent deadly confrontations, as has been accounted here by most of the victims. But since the inception of this current administration led by His Excellency Father High Santalia, the status of this law has remained disturbingly fluid. There is a growing perception among our displaced persons, the civil society organization, and our diaspora partners that this administration have slowed, weakened, and even reconsidered the enforcement of this law. But let me clearly and respectfully say this: this uncertainty is dangerous. When people don't know whether the law still protects them, they lose confidence. When the aggressors believe the law has been abandoned, they are emboldened. Therefore, I use this platform, backed by the mandate of the civil society, the diaspora voices, and the grassroots movements in Benue State, call on the Benue State government to publicly clarify the position of this law and its enforcement. We need certainty, we need clarity, we need leadership. Our people report threats, yet they don't, no help comes to them. They cry for protection. Only killers show up in their villages, in our communities. Security is stretched. Most of them have been killed in these attacks. We cannot keep fighting this war with old tactics. There are modern tools that can be deployed. If the government is serious about fighting this crisis, we have fenced our communities with the Open Grazing Prohibition Law 2017. But it seems like that fence has been thrown open. Our gate is open, and the intruders are coming in through the same gate that we have constituted to guide our people. We are concerned, and we need answers, and urgently. Please, I'm standing here on the weight of over 3 million people, and their voices need to be heard.
You can
Thank you.
Paraphrase so that we can have other people.
Okay. To our headsmen brothers, this dialogue is not to call you out. We recognize we recognize that you have the right to livelihood, but the rights that permit violence, invasion, or bloodshed also constitute an infringement on other people. And the laws that we have in Nigeria also prohibit such actions. So please, let this speak to your conscience. We are not here to call you out, we are here to appeal to your conscience because of the needless bloodbath that is going on in our communities. Ranching is the future. Anyone unwilling to adapt it as or that is resisting it is resisting modernity, is resisting the law, and is resisting peace. So, what is the way forward? We call on public reaffirmation of the anti-grazing prohibition law by the current government. We call on the government to create local peace defense committees with both civil society representation at community level. We call on regional collaborations with Taraba, Nasarawa to secure our borders. I want to also make this very clearly, that our borders have been, that most of the attacks that have been happening in Benue have been coming through the Nasarawa corridor. and the Taraba corridor. If we have to have peace, then we have to have a genuine dialogue with our neighbors, and they should tell us why they are permitting our killers to come through their borders.
Lisa, we need to wrap up so that we can...
Okay, just now, I'm wrapping up. Thank you. So, peace is possible, but not without justice. Benue people are crying, and they are calling on the international community, the government of both the state, the local, and everybody to come to our aid, as we stand at the risk of extinction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, I would just like to state that we don't have the intention of stopping people from speaking, but because of time, there are so many people that need to speak. We have our royal fathers here, we have our religious leaders here, we have the security operatives here, and other people who are also going to speak. Everybody needs to contribute to this matter so we can seek a solution. We cannot take everybody in Benue State, but for the people who are here we can take, we will try to manage our time. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to call Esther Sava, who is the Programs Manager, Honor Adeyi International Disability Center. We've seen that we have issues, a lot of our people have become disabled, and we need to support them in one way or the other. If Esther is here, please come and speak with us. Let's know how we can support those who have become disabled amongst us and what we can do for them. If Esther is not here, I'll take Yola Frederick, who is the head programs, Angel Support Foundation, ASF. If he's not with us, okay. All right, he's here with us. Thank you so much. Please let's remember, let's try to paraphrase our words within 3 minutes so that we can accommodate others who are here to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on the existing protocol. I'm the programs manager from Angel Support Foundation. We have been working with these crisis issues and also carrying out research. And over the years, we discovered that there has been crisis within our border communities in the state. But the most worrying aspect is we've done a lot of work where we interacted with the farmers and the herders and the security agencies. As far back as in 2022, we carried out a research to look at cohesion. And we found out that there's a lot of whole issues affecting our state. We're trying to understand. Government has brought in a law, the anti-grazing law. Government has opened camps. Government has made a lot of effort to cushion the effect of the crisis. But why was this crisis continuing within the context of our state? And we could see that, I thank God today, I see that the leader of the secretary today, he has accepted some stance saying that yes, there are truly cross-boundary intrusion of people into the state causing harm on farmers. So today we are still saying that the security agencies also at that moment also give us a clear light that the federal government cannot implement a state law. So therefore the state must have the apparatus to implement the anti-grazing law, not with the help of the federal government. Because we also discovered that when these attacks happen, the communities call on the security agencies, this is happening, but when they come in, it's as if they are guiding the herders to orchestrate their attacks and then go away. If the local communities have any arms, they come in and they pick it up. But on the other side, nothing is being done. I could give you a clear example. In Otese IDP camp in 2023, after we have a little farm settlement for the IDP camps for farmers to learn how to farm for them to grow, we were having a dialogue with the Operation White Stroke, and we told them that these herders coming from that side, they are with arms, and they said it's a lie. A civil defense officer just shot his shot on air, and we could see that 10 AK-47s were brought out, and they were shooting sporadically. The whole camp, everybody was out and crossed out the road on the other side. So it's so worrying. We are trying to look at efforts to see that the government had to sit down and talk about these issues. Clearly, the last time we have an interview with some military generals, they came in to understand the context. They were giving us the process that should they take back the military back from the communities, or should they allow them to continue staying with the communities? And we have a good one-on-one talk, and we discovered also that they also give their own suggestion that the governors of Benue State, Taraba, and Nasarawa State must sit down on the round table and make a decision to put an end to this for us to have a go-ahead. And today we are calling on all stakeholders, especially our traditional leaders. We are calling on the government to see a way of how the anti-grazing laws should be brought back, should be enforced. I think that's a guard that will help our own people, the farmers, to safeguard what is theirs. Because we have seen efforts being displayed each time while giving promises. The federal government sent in the last time, Commissioner of Police, we didn't have anything. Now they sent down the Chief of Army Staff. Still yet, we couldn't have a resolution of that. So we need an intentional, a clear plan that will help our people to recover. The deaths were occurring just from 2023 to March. You see, we have over 300,000 deaths occurring within different communities in 8 local governments. And all these local governments are where we see issues about land ownership, mining issues, and then water. Somebody is not telling us what is right on board. And it is time for Benue people now to stand up and say, enough is enough. We need a clear decision. The deaths are too much. The last death in Yelewata, look at how people were burnt. This kind of killing is not what you can see in any part of Nigeria. How can people be burnt to ashes, bones turned into ashes within this generation? What was used? How come? It's so painful and touching. We can no longer tolerate it again. It's time for us to speak out, to say, if this thing keeps on like this, what will happen to the last people we have in our community? You could see our chiefs weeping, helplessly, nobody helping. There's an attack on even religious people. The clerics are being also killed and shot on the way. It's no longer a good sight for us again. Somebody has to say, it is time for us now to stand up, or else the next time we come, we shall no longer have a Benue again. What we have now, all our communities are being surrounded, taken by Fulani headsmen. They are working without anybody questioning them, but our people cannot be having assets. The annoying part is that we will have military men and people having farms in those communities. Their farm, nobody intrudes them. But if our own people go to farm and they farm, or they go to their farms, they are being killed. What is happening? Who is behind this? Somebody has to make a statement, or else we are not making a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd like to call Chief Dr. Amos Gizo, who's the Executive Chairman, Lower Benue River Basin Development Authority, and Council Member, Federal University of Lafayette. Thank you, sir.
Our traditional rulers, security agencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name has been introduced. I am the chairman of Lower Benue River Basin Development Authority. Our main mandate is irrigation. The present administration has a lot of concern when agriculture is touched, because Mr. President has a lot of concern about food security. And of course, you know, the crisis affect the production of food for the citizenry. I am not going to talk about the literature of what has happened. Our position as a basin, because one, it has affected us as an organization, which I am heading. But before I speak, I will expect that the entirety of us rise to observe a minute silence in honor of the people that have lost their lives in these various carnage. May the souls of the departed rest in perfect peace. We can see. When I got the invitation to attend this town hall, I found it necessary that I have to be here, because it's not just affecting the people of Benue State, but it's affecting my organization directly. We have farm projects all over, and we have cases like the issue that happened in Naka. People working on our farms were chased away. Someone was kidnapped. And we have series of other cases that have to do with our farms, where people have been sent away, where people have been killed, and you know, out of fear, the large farms that we have in various places that span up to about 1,000 hectares are not farmed because of fear. And of course, this aspect, especially the production of food to set food on the tables of the citizenry, is being hampered by these actions. My position is for us to look at solutions, because if the landowners or the indigents take up to arms and the Fulani herders take up to arms, this has gone on for decades, and we have not seen any winner or victor or vanquished person. Our position is to look for solutions. If the basins are to work for the people, we have to look for solutions. We know that one of the major problems that has caused this is the issue of climate change. When, for instance, during the wet season, the herders are up north, and during dry seasons, they have to move this way. And when they are coming, they come in a way of war, because they want to have where their animals will survive. So our position is that there should be a political will that a law will be made. Let me give you an example, especially some of the traditional rulers who are of our own ages, 70 and above. You will bear me witness that before, when the Fulanis come into our communities, what they do first is to report to the traditional ruler that we are in your territory. And when that is done, you know who is with you. But the situation now is that there is no profiling. You don't even know who is a visitor or a normal Fulani man that is around you. A conscious effort has to be made for the purpose of profiling the herders that come to live around us. Secondly, during those periods, good periods that I'm talking, if herders get into your farm and there is any form of destruction, he pays for it. This time around, he destroys the crop, he will not pay for it, he actually goes further to even kill the owner of the crop. There must be a conscious, deliberate political will to be able to protect the farmers. Secondly, there will be a conscious effort, conscious political will too, to provide for the farmers, herders, places, especially the issue of ranching. We as a basin had spoken that there is a lot to be done. One of such things that could be done is to farm grass. You might not know that grass is important until you start that business. We want to appeal for a cooperation with the communities. Very soon, we as a basin will reach out to the communities with hard positions that will help the communities and will bring lasting peace, and reach out to the herders to be able to know that we need them and they need us. And in terms of war, nobody wins because nobody has won. You are not farming and they are not enjoying, because by the time they come in and they do anything and you see their cattle, you will kill them. To them, the cattle are important. To us, the farm is important. We need to find a middle way with which we will resolve this issue. And this can only be done with a political will by the government. I want to thank all of you to allow other people to speak, that by our own position, we are here because we are hurt. There are series of our farms and people who are on the farms in Benue that have been killed. So we are directly involved. So our prayer is that we want to see our farms work, and we need a synergy. Synergy between government, synergy between the traditional rulers, synergy with our youth, synergy with the security, in order to find a lasting solution for this carnage that has taken a lot of lives. I want to appreciate all of us for listening to this. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We did mention earlier, we all know that our governor in this state, our loving governor, is a man of God, a religious leader. And because of that, we also want to hear from the religious leaders here how we are using religion to also solve the problems that we are going through in Benue State. And because of that, we would like to call some of our religious leaders to reach out to us and to hear from them. I would like to call Alhaji Garba Baba, who's the chairman, Jama'atu Nasir Islam, Benue State chapter. If he's here, to please join us. Okay, and if he's not here, I would like to call on the Chief Imam, Central Mosque, Wadata, Makurdi, Benue State here. Okay. We also have His Lordship, Bishop Wilfred Anagbe, CMF Chairman, Christians Association of Nigeria and Benue State. We know that the Bishop is represented by very Reverend Father Moses Yorapu, he's representative of the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi, Christian Association of Nigeria here in Benue State.
Good afternoon, the distinguished participants at this town hall. Once again, on behalf of the Bishop, let me thank New Centra for providing this platform for us to have this honest conversation. And I think with all the discussions, no matter the panoply of suggestions we're going to make here, and the number of town hall meetings we're going to have, the ball stops at the table of the state governor and the president of this country. I represent Bishop Wilfred Chikpanagbe. For many reasons, he has become one of the most hated bishops in Nigeria. And it is for no other reason except for what we are here. Attempts were made to arrest him, and thank God there are a good number of countries who share our pain and are willing to listen to us and to assist us if the government is honest to accept that there is a cancer and you don't bandage a cancer. I represent Bishop Wilfred, but at the same time, I was the first to build the first IDP camps in Benue State. No one of the traditional rulers sitting here have an idea about that. With respect to all of them, no one politician in this state, each time there is a discussion, a conversation about this, we talk about 2020 or 2014 or 2010 or 2009. No. The first IDPs we had, we didn't call them IDPs because we never had that experience in this state. We were calling them refugees. Why? They came from Taraba and Nasarawa State. And the first camp, the young man who came in here in a wheelchair, I built it in Ubam the 19th of October, 2001. Then we had the support of Muta in the United States and the one in the UK. They gave support. We welcomed these people who were displaced from Taraba, and the road was blocked. It was Massacre. They had to find a detour into Nasarawa State. And when they got into Nasarawa, already the pogrom and the exodus had started in Nasarawa. So they had to find a way on the main road. That was the safest. And Bishop Athanasius Susu was caught because most of them were Christians. And I had to move in. I just came back from Rome. So I had a European mentality of respect for the dignity of human, the human person. So we had to welcome them, and we asked if the neighboring communities could accommodate them. But when the numbers kept increasing, we appealed to CRS, which is the Catholic Relief Service organization, to help us. And they refused. That if we were not able to quarantine the people and tell them the exact figures, it was impossible for us to ask for help. So the only thing we should do, and we could do then, was to keep them in camps. So we moved to Ukpam. We started giving them education using corps members and other volunteers. We didn't imagine it was going to be a long process and it would be for long. We thought it was a temporary arrangement and they would go back. The government was not involved. From Ukpam, we moved to Chito. The woman who spoke here, she said it was, 2014. It wasn't. Ayilamo, 21st of October, Ayilamo was also attacked. And we moved to Vasi. And then we brought them to Chito, 2001. The third one was in Vandika, because most of the people who were displaced were Kunaf and were moved back to Vandika. But that didn't last long. It was at our hospital, our clinic, St. Elizabeth. Why am I bringing this up? 2 reverend fathers were killed in the church, not on a farm. How can you say it's herders, farmers? Father Tongo is still recuperating. He was shot on the road. How can you say it is herders, farmers? You are killing priests and you're killing people in the church. The Catholic Church, what we have done all along to provide education, to provide relief materials. We have Foundation for Justice, Development and Peace. We've been doing this for years before the government came in. There was nothing like SEMA. For 7 years that we ran the camps, up to 10. Suddenly the government came in, and perhaps with the support that you have from the international community, people have seen that you can make good business from that. And now the church is seen as enemy number 1 for helping the people that the church has always identified with. Our schools have become camps. Our churches have become camps. This is what we have been doing. So everyone should get involved. As much as we still have displaced people, perhaps we should open our government offices now and government house for the displaced to move in before we know that the situation is serious. Now, we know that we can't do this on our own. So Bishop Wilfred Anagbe has sacrificed himself. We call it cutting corners to get to greatness. You know, you go through the small corners, but here there are big corners. What is he doing? He's reached out to the European Union. He's reached out to the United States and other willing countries to support us. 1, let there be some attachment to diplomatic relationship with Nigeria so that they will leverage and get the government to listen to the cries of the people who are oppressed and who are massacred every day. The results, the figures you get here, they are the only ones that are the only figures that are reported. What about the ones that are not reported? And for years, these were not reported. Only the Catholic Church. Why? We have our stations almost in every village in this state. We are where the police are not. We are where the soldiers are not. We are where the politicians are not. We provide everything. So we feel what the people feel. So, but the saddest part of it is we have chosen to politicize this. And you say the church should not be involved because the church shouldn't be in politics. You made a big mistake. You went to the church and you brought out the Reverend Father to be your governor. You cannot separate the church from politics now. You got us involved, and we have to be involved. If you didn't want the church involved, you should have kept us out. But now you have invited us. So we have come. And we're going to stay until the deal is done. So for us, we ask that the traditional rulers, the time has come. You need to be hot. You need to be angry. You don't need to be honest only when the boss comes to your doorstep. You don't have to wait until your mother is killed, until your father is killed, until your daughter is killed, until your son-in-law is killed, until your friend is killed. Reverend fathers have been killed. Some traditional rulers have lost their lives. Do we have to wait until when a governor is killed? Do we have to wait until when a senator is killed? Do we have to wait until when a minister is killed? It's been said, the responsibility of the government provide security for life and property. So we ask the government, rise up to your responsibility. Keep us safe. That is all we're saying. But we have to address this to, I don't know if the Secretary of Mietiala is still here. I want to address this straight because when you say we have criminals, the criminals are identified with a particular race or tribe. So if they're your kith and kin, hold them accountable. Stop them from mingling with you so that we know the difference between the mechanics and madmen. Stop them. We have Reverend Fathers killed. We have the capacity to also engineer our own followers for reprisal. We haven't done that, and we don't intend to do it. But you can't put your finger in your mouth and don't expect us to bite it. So, the leaders, Muslim leaders, if the attackers are shouting Allah Akbar, you have the responsibility now to stop them. We haven't asked any one of us to kill an imam. We haven't asked any one of us to burn a mosque. Churches are burnt, reverend fathers are killed, seminarians are killed, but we want peace. You need also to respect our patience. And if you don't understand, there is silence in patience. And the silence in patience can be a terremoto, earthquake. So, again, we ask for sincerity. Let everyone be honest as we engage in this conversation. I'll conclude with what Desmond Tutu once said. If an elephant is standing on the tail of a mouse and the mouse is crying for help, you don't ask the mouse to be patient because the mouse won't understand your sense of patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father. As we quickly move, we are coming gradually to the end of the program, but we still have other people that are going to listen to. General people in the society, people from the academia, people from our schools, people from the press, because the media, we are the ones that spread the messages, whether it is good or bad, and the solutions as well as they come. So I want to start by calling Bemdo Uber, who is the chairman, NUJ, Benue State chapter. He's here, please. Okay, thank you. As he comes down, I'll also ask Honorable Justice A.P.B. Utasa, who's retired, former President, Customary Court of Benue State, to also be on standby to join us. We would also have Dr. Frank Ter Abagen, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Reverend Father Moses Osho at DASU, University Makurdi. So all these three gentlemen should please be on standby as Bemdo Ugba is coming towards us. Okay. Okay, here is he. He is the NUJ chairman. He's coming.
The government representative, Your Royal Highnesses, my name is Oyiman Gwaza, the Secretary, NUJ Benue State Council, representing the Chairman, Kwame Bemdo Ugbe. I come here to speak on behalf of journalists because NUJ houses all journalists in Benue State. Everybody reporting as a journalist in Benue State is recognized by NUJ and must be a registered member of NUJ. We are professionals. We are different from bloggers. So now, Oyeman Gwaza is my name, the Secretary, NUJ Benue State Council. Our job is different from that of bloggers and other people who post news online. And this has been conflicting with our work as journalists. However, let me just say a little of what we as journalists are made to do. We do the same work News Central is doing. First, our work is to report balanced news. And this entails that we hear from both parties involved. Take, for instance, this town hall meeting here today. For us journalists, it is incomplete in the sense that the governor of Taraba State ought to have been here, the governor of Nassau State ought to have been here, and then to synergize with the government of Benue State, the traditional rulers, so that at the end of it all, we will be able to, as journalists, hear from them and then give a balanced report. But where we as journalists are not able to hear from these other people also, their own view, aside the view of the Benue State government, when we report from the Benue State angle alone, it looks as if we are taking sides. And then in the end, most persons come out to say that NUJ, Benue State Council, has been bought off. We are not bought off. We don't compromise our standards. That's one. Two, we give fact-based reporting. This means that we verify our reports before we report the issues. If the issues are not fact-based, we cannot report them because we work in line with the codes and ethics of journalism. And by this code and ethics, it therefore entails that we have to be guided, properly guided, in order to avoid being arrested for libel or slander. And most of the times, these are the reasons why we are unable to sometimes give the report as is expected, because we don't have access to these facts and figures. Also, we try to be neutral and very, very objective in our reportage. And then we also are compassionate in our reporting. Also, when reporting, we try to look at the implications and the consequences of these reports. Okay, so now we are sometimes constrained, and as a result, we are therefore calling on government of the day, the government at the federal level, to make things easy for we journalists, because we are at the front line and sometimes our reporters lose their lives in the course of trying to get information and give reportage. So the government should also protect us while we are out there sourcing and scooping for news to give the people as it is happening there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And just as he has said, journalists are important too. We ourselves are journalists here to tell the stories originally as they are and not what people are saying is happening. It's very important. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to call Dr. Frank Ter Abagem, who is the Associate Professor, Department of Political Science. So please come forward and join us.
Good afternoon. Most especially, I greet my royal fathers. I think it's usually said, my Lord spiritual and temporal. Father Urapo, I greet you especially. You're somebody I've known for quite a while. Greet Gideon too. I'm speaking for myself. I didn't know, Prof, I greet you too. I'm speaking for myself as a researcher who has observed this conflict for quite a while now. And I have a few things to say. The first, I'll say that there's been insincerity on the part of government to confront this problem. That's the first thing as a researcher. The facts are there. This is what research shows. Argentina, Brazil, New Zealand, and Uruguay. These 4 countries I've mentioned have more cows than citizens. There is no clash Let that sink in. In New Zealand, the number of cows are 10 million. The citizens are just 5.2 million. There's no clash. So let that fact sink in. We have a situation where a section of the elite of this country in the north have decided to take a normal conflict that used to occur over time between farmers and herders and have transformed it into something else. That is what has happened. In this transformation, they are not in it alone. There's also conspiracy from the international community. It's so sad, but that's the truth. Scott Perry, a congressman of the United States, the videos are there, has clearly accused his own government of sponsoring Boko Haram. The facts are all there. So these are things we know. But there has been insincerity on the part of government because some persons in government are also interested in this conflict. There's also a commercial side to it. Trading in arms also enables a conflict to keep going on without ending, and a lot of people have also benefited from it. Then there is a very big lacuna, and I'll use a small analogy to explain. You cannot tell mosquitoes to stop biting you. A very determined mosquito will still bite you. So what do? You develop the capacity to kill the mosquitoes. Our constitution has a very big lacuna that reduces the capacity of the governor to secure his state. The governor does not control any security unit. It's one of the biggest problems we have. I was part of the state government's Constitution Review Committee in 2023, and we made clear recommendations that we should have state policing units, just like we have in advanced countries of the world, so that the governor can actually have a security outfit he controls. Nobody knows the state more than the governor, and the Constitution says he is the chief executive and security officer of the state. This is a very big lacuna. So you have a situation where when there's a security breach, what happens? The governor has to go cap in hand begging. And with the way the security apparatus is, the commissioner of police and all the other security outfits have to ask Oga at the top for permission before they take action. You cannot rule if you have this kind of situation. So we've seen a transformation of that conflict, and that's why it has become intractable. But there's a truth here. No matter how you come, you invade people and you kill them, you cannot kill everyone. It has happened in the past. When they tried to kill Jews, it wasn't successful. The Tiv people, for instance, I'm just giving an example here, I'm not saying they're the only ones attacked, or the Idomas, are not congealed in one place. They are even outside this administrative entity called Benue State. So where are you going to see all of them to kill them if that's your intent? I think the time has come for our elite to develop a conscience. No country on earth decides to fight itself and survive. History has shown that. So what research has shown is that it is not the number of cows, it's how we manage them. We can develop a value chain that's based on mutual benefits. But if we now decide that this conflict, which is now has transformed into hate, that is what it is. If you come to a particular territory and you target defenseless people in the middle of the night and you kill them, that is hate. Hate crimes are one of the most heinous crimes you can see. So from a researcher's point of view, I say that we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to take a look at our constitution. Our governors are powerless as far as the constitution is concerned. We have to take a look at that and then do other things too. We have to create more platforms to also engage. And then I'm coming to one area that we have also not discussed. Amongst us, amongst our leaders, amongst our brothers, there are those of us who have also betrayed us. No enemy can enter your territory without information. We have to go back to the drawing board. When you belong to any group, you have to agree with the tenets, the values, of that group. If you say you belong to a group and then you're taking actions or you're carrying out actions that will terminate the lives of the people from the group you belong to, then there's something wrong with you. You have severe identity crisis. This is what our research has consistently shown. So where there's life, there's hope. I have friends, I have Fulani friends, I lived in the north briefly, and we're having our conversations. We hope that this nightmare fades away and then a new vista for peace comes forth, not only for Benue State, but for other states where this has occurred too. We also need to reevaluate our friendship. It has been mentioned before, not only with us here, but with our brothers who are in Taraba. I'm not talking of Tiv people, I'm talking of other ethnic groups who live around this corridor, because sometimes it looks as if it is Benue that is being targeted. It seems so from evidence, but the story can be different. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And as we quickly wrap up this particular segment, I would finally like to call Professor Zachary Anga Gundu, who is the Vice Chancellor, University of Mkar here in Benue State. Prof.
Good afternoon. We're not going to waste time on pleasantries. I represent, I'm not speaking as Vice Chancellor, I'm speaking as a citizen of Nigeria and somebody who represents a group, the Tiv Professionals Group. I just hope the mayoralty person who spoke is here. The person, Lower Benue, has run away, and that is what they do with us. They tell us what they want, and then they run. They don't hear us. But let me say one thing clearly. Meatiala Breeders Association, Cattle Breeders Association are not breeding any cattle in this country. All the cattle, majority of them that we see up and down this country come from Pokistum market in Yobe. They buy them and they take them across the country. Once they finish selling, they go back. So no person is breeding any cattle in this country. If they were breeding, they would have known that it is better, it's healthier to breed cattle on a ranch. They would have known that. But there is another thing which we must also appreciate. And this is the fact that the current crisis, even though you can trust it to the killing of a small Fulani person going about with cattle, is actually not right to trust it to that point. Because this problem has been happening here for more than 10 years. For more than 10 years. And I want us to not forget the fact that this is not just a Benue problem. Today, the Fulanis are in Bayelsa, and they are grazing by force. Today, the Fulanis are in Rivers State, and they are grazing by force. So we who are Nigerians and who want to stand our ground as citizens of this country must appreciate the fact that we are not dealing with a local problem, we are dealing with a bigger problem. The issue of Nasarawa State has come up, and we know that even during Amakura's time, Fulanis were coming there and attacking Benue State, and Amakura will call them international hunters. He will call them international hunters, in spite of the fact that Nasarawa State does not have any international hunting grounds. He will call them because he wanted to mask that. And even today, the governor of Nasarawa State, Sule, is also masking the problem. Those of you who are in Nasarawa State will know that ancestral lands belonging particularly to the Tea people in Awe, in Doma, in Kiana, in Lafia, and in Obi have been taken over and given to Fulani people. And these Fulani people are the Fulani people coming outside the country. Now, no other person in his right senses will ever deny that the Fulanis who are pushing and attacking us are coming from outside the country. It is people like Sule, the governor of Nasarawa State, who is giving them haven, who is giving them refuge, who is getting the lands of his own citizens and giving it to these people. The person from Lower Benue talked about climate change. Let us be clear on one thing. The people who are coming as a result of climate change and pushing us are armed and they are not from this country. As citizens of this country, if we never resist when our governors and our politicians push us away from our lands and give it to foreigners, we will be making the greatest mistake of our lives. The Nigerian who is a citizen has more rights to the land of this country and the resources than somebody who is coming from outside this country, no matter what is chasing that person. What do I want us to do? First, I want us to note that our politicians in the different parts of the state, including this state, have sold us. You are standing here, we are sitting here, we are literally being sold. Unless we realize that we have been sold, there's nothing we can do. Lastly, and most lastly, our governor has said he does not want self-defense, but he cannot defend us. If you listen to him, you are a dead man. If you don't die today, you will die tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Prof. Gradually, we are coming to the end of the program, but we are not finished yet. I'll quickly read out how this will continue. We're going to have the socio-cultural groups coming now, and after that, we have our security experts and security agencies. After them, we have our traditional rulers who would also join us here, and then we have the government officials who would wrap it up for us. I'll take that again. The socio-cultural groups will join us now, and then we have the security experts and agencies who will also speak with us. Then we have our traditional leaders, our rural fathers, traditional fathers, and then we have the government officials. So I'll quickly take the socio-cultural groups as we continue on our program. We have the chairman, Idoma Development Association in Benue State. The chairman is here. Thank you so much, sir. Is he here with us? Okay. Chairman, Idoma Development Association, Benue State. We also have Reverend Father Solomon Ukeima, who is Movement Against Fulani Occupation, Benue State. Father Solomon here? Okay.
I am Very Reverend Father Solomon Ukeima, the Speaker, Movement Against Fulani Occupation, MAFO. About 10 years ago, we saw them coming, and then a brother of mine, late Pastor Edward Doga, convinced us that the Fulanis we see now are not coming to grace. They are coming to kill, displace, and occupy the land. That was the reason for MAFO. And we saw what they were doing. They were not like the Fulanis of yesteryears. They came with no wives, no children, not the sticks, but AK-47, when there were no wild animals and there were no forests. And so we said, these people are not coming to grace, they are coming to take our land. Some took it for granted, but we saw it and we took them to ECOWAS court. We took federal government to ECOWAS court because they neglected what they were supposed to do. We went there, at the end of the day, ECOWAS court gave us a victory, but it stopped at that. And then we insisted on the law prohibiting open grazing and establishment of ranches, because we know that crop farming and livestock farming cannot marry. The marriage cannot last. So we insisted that what the crop is to the farmer is what the livestock is to the herdsman. So each should know the boundaries. But nothing happened. Nothing happened in the sense that the law was assented to by the then governor, and then we had livestock guards. But the livestock guards and the work they were doing were just like having a bulletproof car without an engine. No assistance, no approval, no nothing from the government or the powers that were supposed to empower them so that the law would be enforced. And that explains why, even after the law was passed into law, we had IDP camps. There was no point in time that the IDPs that were there before the law went back to their ancestral homes, because impossibility was not there. Tom cried and begged that the federal government should empower the livestock guard. They should license them so that they would do the needful. But since they were not empowered, they were just going on the outskirts of the town and then seizing the cows that were littering. But those who left their ancestral home and were in the IDP camps never moved back because nothing worked. So all has been said, all that we're asking for now is to beg the federal government to do the needful, to beg the state government, especially the Benue State House of Assembly, to do the needful. I don't know what happened that up there in the north, the Sharia is working, and then the Amotekun is working. I don't know how it's done, but inquire from them how it's done that is happening there, so that what it obtains there, we should have it. We should have it here. We also want to beg Nigeria to stop being a joke. The other day, two of my brothers, two brothers were paraded everywhere that they were caught with beef. Security agents, they've been butchered, they've been killed, and that seems not to be news. So are we living in Nigeria or Algeria, that a cow now is valued more than human life? So Nigeria should cease being a joke, and if you cease being a joke, that is when we will see them start valuing human life for what it is. Now these people are bent on occupying and taking our land. Nothing is happening, or nothing serious is happening. Ier Jonathan, yesterday, the attack came again. And if these people who occupy Ier Jonathan the way they are done to other places, that the IDPs cannot go to their ancestral homes, nobody is going to be safe. Those of you coming in from Abuja, and those of you going to Abuja, they are not going to be safe. So this is not just about the poor people who are out there. They are coming for us all. They are coming for you, 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 and they are coming for me. And we beg the brothers, we beg our brothers, please play politics with this, but let it be the politics that will keep us safe. Everything now is politics, so I can't stop anybody from playing politics with this, but play the politics that will keep us safe. If you are close to the governor, talk to him. If you access him, talk to him and tell him what we are going through. If you are close to the president, talk to him and tell him what we are going through. We want to see things happening. We are tired of hearing this or that. There's so much planning, and then there's so much barriers. This ancestral home, it was given to us by God, and we must remain here. Enough is enough. For us, the religious leaders, I think we have gone beyond the limits, doing what you can, because we hate violence. Non-violence has always been our preaching. But then, the way it's happening, there will come a time that we may say stop, and nobody will be ready to stop. Help us to help Nigeria. That is our plea to the President, to the federal government, to the state government, the House of Assembly. That is the much benefit.
Thank you very much for that. And finally, on this segment, I would like to call Aruta Kletus, who is the President General Omingede Youth Wing Development Association Worldwide. After this segment, we are going to hear from our security agencies, security operatives, how we can help ourselves, what has been done, what can be done.
Good afternoon, my traditional rulers. All distinguished stakeholders here, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Right Comrade Cletus Aruta, President General for Omingede Youth Wing Development Association. In time past, also Igede have had their fair share of this crisis. I could remember very well between 2020 and 2021, attack by community in Obi local government were attacked and where 17 persons were killed. And after then, several persons were injured also. Then severally in Oju local government, around the daily council ward of Oju local government also, the community have been attacked severally. Then where I want to talk about majorly, it's like there is a conspiracy theory in Benue State against this crisis, where our people have a ordinary thing gone to fight themselves or to defend themselves as it is enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria you have the right to self-defense. Our people are not always allowed to use this ordinary thing gun, but these people carrying AK-47 at one point or the other with their cattle have been allowed to graze freely in our land, in our own land. I don't know what is the problem, why the security, most time, when, like somebody gave an example here, that they told them that the Fulani that are grazing cattle in a particular area, they were with guns and weapons and all those things, and they doubted when a civil defense officer shot one gun, and all of them brought out their guns, AK-47. So, if we want to fight this crisis, we want to appeal to government, like when General Christopher Musa, Chief of Defense Staff, was here the other day, he said that they are going to train Benue youth to combat this crisis. If you see what is happening in Benue State, civilian joint task force have helped a lot in combating the crisis in Benue State. So if such thing can happen in Benue State, that we, the Benue youth, we are not cowards. We are here and we are ready to defend our land. If the governor can work with the youth, I am here. The MSO Team Youth Leader is here. Team Youth Organization is here. The Ocheta Kidoma Youth Wing, the President is here. If the Benue State government can engage us, we have a lot of strategies how we can work to collaborate with the state government to end this crisis from one point to the other. And also, if you see the crisis that is happening in the southeast, when they proscribe the activities of Eastern Security Network allegedly formed by Nnamdi Kanu, they have not been killing like this before they proscribe that the activities of the Eastern Security Network. So why are they going to allow the whole Benue people to be killed before they proscribe the activities of herdsmen in Benue State? So we, the Benue youth leader, we are calling on the federal government to also proscribe the activities of these headers that are killing our people in Benue State also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I mentioned earlier that we are going to have security operatives, and then after that our traditional leaders will come up. We are quickly coming to the end of our program, and that's the lineup that we have right now. But before we go to our security operatives, I'd like to call Comrade Mike Alidu Magaji, who's the President President Ochoa K. Please forgive me for the pronunciation. Yes, Idoma Youth Wing.
Oh, my royal father present here, I respect you in no small means. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Comrade Magajima Khalidu. I'm the president of the Ucheto Akidoma Youth Wing Worldwide, the socio-cultural organizations that enhances all Idoma activities in the whole world. This challenge has come to this point that we must speak the truth. Because if I remind us of the words of Dino Malayi, if I speak the truth, I will die. If I don't speak the truth, I will die. So let me speak the truth and die. I have been at the forefront of this struggle, and some of us has also been penciled down for arrest. And I stand here to make bold and say that if you arrest me, you make me more popular, and I win elections very easily. Oh, I am from Okokolo Agatu, the original heart of this crisis. When it was happening in my village, Okokolo, that they were killing people in 100, in 300, it is tagged Agatu crisis. Our problem is politics, petty politics. Our leaders has no political will to look into this matter the way it should. It started long ago. The matter got heated in 2012, where my own younger brother was killed in Okokolagatu. I went in with Senator Mark. The corpse was on the ground. I could not pick the corpse of my younger brother from the field. I left it for my own safety. So I'm speaking first-hand information. Our government are not helping us. They do not have the political will to tackle this matter. On the youth wings of the Nzotiv, the TIF Youth Organization, the Umingigede, and the Ocheta Akidama will have the solution to this crisis. Security advisor, sir, you have more job to do. Tell the governors that we can cope this crisis. Tell the governor that we have the capacity to wage this war. Tell the governor that we need what it takes to defend our territory, for it is a right to defend our territory. The only thing we need is security training. Our generals, I challenge you, all of you has failed us. And our problem is internal sabotage, sir. Our problem is internal sabotage. We have security information and security agencies who refuse to act on it. Before the crisis came to Yerwata, it was said that there was security information 3 days before that time, and nothing happened. It simply means there's compromise somewhere. There's compromise somewhere. And let me tell you, I don't want you to ask me where I got the information. There's another super planned attack for next month, August. Another super planned attack. Now, security agencies, when you have this information, you tell it to only our leaders. Why can't you tell us so that we can be prepared? So that we can also keep vigil. So that we can refuse to sleep. So that we can also find a way of defending ourselves. And then finally, the security agencies are not helping us. Very soon, we will tell some of them to leave some of our communities. In our villages, we are vulnerable. If your person dies, if you want to go, you have to pay before they will go and follow you to that place to bury your person. That is one. Secondly, they extort rural communities by taking stipends from them before they go to the next market and come back. And finally, if Fulanis are here, securities will take us here. And after that, they will begin to say, we are sorry. The fact remains that if security wants to do this work, we will win this battle. You understand? We cannot lose this battle. It is our exclusive responsibility to put all hands on deck and know that we do not have any other hope but here. Thank you very much, our traditional ruler. You spoke truth to power the other time. From Tenagi, you spoke truth to power when you told us the reality, what is happening. Thank you very much. As we said, my last word is this. If you protect yourself, you may not die. But if you don't protect yourself, you will die. So let us defend ourselves and die. Thank you very much. And so on the final note, sir, all of us are aware that the soldiers that comes and the securities on special duties that comes here are on the mission to mop our arms. They're on the mission to mop our arms. Fulani people are carrying arms, they don't touch them. When they see us with one small arm, they'll put us on Facebook. When they catch Fulani, they'll not put them on Facebook. We have been arresting kidnappers. The president came the other day and said, we have not made any arrests. Commissioner of police, for what? We made several arrests. We catch several kidnappers. We handled several Fulanis. And nothing came out. When they get to the police, that is the end of the story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we want to thank everybody for your patience. Please, can we keep it down a bit? Please, can we keep it down? We want to thank you for your patience. We are gradually coming to the end. I would like to call Ronald Aka. I'd like to call Ronald Aka, who's the National President, TV Youth Organization. And immediately after him, we are going to our security operatives, and then we have our royal fathers who will speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, I want to stand on the already established protocol, exception that I want to personally acknowledge the presence of my leader, CP here, the President General Mzoti worldwide. Thank you, sir. There is a mistaken identity. I'm not Ronald. I am Vincent Kayode, representing the President TV Organization, Comrade Unongu Andy Anza, who is unavoidably here because of his health challenges. Please be with him in your prayers. A lot have been said here, and I wouldn't want to take much time to say any other thing. I align myself on most of the things said here by my colleague from the Idoma Nation. He has spoken almost all my mind. I only want to re-emphasize the issue where, because I read on the on the social media some few days ago, where 2 young men were paraded from Way West over issue of guns. And so I want to reiterate and re-emphasize what has been said by my colleague from the Idoma Nation, but the security should do better. We are being targeted more than who is killing us, and we take exception to that. Please, security, take this very seriously. I want also to say we should stop politicizing the issues that have clouded us. I remember when we defeated these people long ago, I doubt whether this was done through the efforts of the government. We have leaders at our own community levels. We should stop blame games. We should go back to our communities, reinforce ourselves. We are never a defeated people, and we never can be. We are ready to defend this land today, tomorrow, and even forever. Those that defended this for us, the land shouldn't be taken away by our own time. We are to defend this land and leave it for the generations before us. Please, we are ready, as being emphasized by my Idoma colleague. Let government give us the support. Let the traditional rulers give us the support. I want to emphasize one thing. Stakeholders meetings have been held in this state concerning the issue of insecurities, and deliberately or not, the youth were absented from this stakeholders meeting. And I wonder how people will sit to discuss issues of insecurity and the youth will not be represented. Who goes to the front? And then lastly, I also want to observe, and I want to appeal to my dear youth. 3 incidences happened in this state. I sat and I wept. An attack happened in Ukum. The Fulani killed us. They took the corpses to the street, and then our youth assisted the Fulani by causing more havoc. They burnt houses. They took it from where the Fulani stopped. An attack happened in Naka. Fulani killed us. Our youth took the corpses. By themselves, they burnt houses. What the Fulanis will come to Naka and do, our people will assist them. What the Fulani will come to Zakibiam and do, our youth will assist them. A similar incident also happened at Agan. Fulani came and killed. Our youth also stepped in, took the corpses, and burnt houses. Please, at this junction, I wish that the state government organize a youth summit for the state. Let the youth be sensitized on some of these issues. We should not be assisting the Fulanis by destroying ourselves. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for managing our time. The last person I will call in this group is Patrick Tefa Angba, President General TV Youth Organization. Please, we can only spare 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes, please. Only 3 minutes, please.
Sorry, permit me to stand on existing protocol. Many have been said. I want to go this direction. First of all, the issue of self-defense that have been said about that. I want to push a little blame before I will come back and say something. We talk of security, our security is compromised to a level. I'll start with our parents. If at all our parents are with us, we are more than capable to defend ourselves. Most of our parents sitting here or somewhere, they compromise our security. I remember when I was small, I never for once informed my parents before going out to fight. I used to fight before coming back and settle. Our parents, there are certain things they are doing that are really clipping the system. We are taking permission or we are calling our parents, bless us the little ones to go out and defend Benue State. We know how people are cashing out of this. Our parents, I'm talking to you. Very peaceful and very respectfully. Take it that way. Even my tone is sounding somehow. Some of our parents are cashing out of this crisis. I am very bold to say that. I remember we had a series of meetings to curb this menace, to end this insecurity in Benue State. We know very well that our parents cannot go in the field, but we can go to the field and defend our parents. They are old enough to sit somewhere, be resting while we are fighting there. Our security operatives, to be very honest, you can't do it alone. We must give you intelligence before you work perfectly. The law has taken care of certain areas. My beloved, let this pain, our pain, should give us purpose to defend this land. Our forefathers, they were not educated as we are today, but they defended this land. Today we are here. Let's not pass this unfortunate situation to our children. I'm having 2-star general, and I strongly believe that I will fight to give them hope. We have stayed here for quite some time. Security issues are not really discussed to the finish in areas like this. If our governor, if Mr. President or whoever is saying we should not defend ourselves, they should call us where we will sit and sell in 1 or 2 things without defending ourselves, but we still exist in this land. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for keeping our time. As we gradually come to a close, so many people here have come and have called out our security agencies. I think our security agencies also deserve to speak, to tell us if we have challenges and how the people can also come forward and assist if they must. So I would like to quickly call the State Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, T. Auza, Deputy Controller, NCOS, if he's also here. But the State Commandant, please.
I'm representing the Controller for Okay. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am Uza Timothy. I'm representing the Controller of Corrections, Benue State, who is not here at the moment. I don't have much to say. The last speaker spoke extensively and he mentioned a very important issue here. Security issues are not discussed in the open. And as a result of that, I just want to make this comment that all security agents, most of them, the police, the army, immigration, and others are not here. But what I want to say on behalf of them is this, that we'll continue to collaborate to ensure that this menace that is bordering this state is put to rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to call the State Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, to speak. Please come forward and speak to us. Again, the question we are asking, are there any loopholes? Is there any that we can do?
Established protocol. I'm Deputy Commandant of Corps, Ota William. I'm representing the State Commandant of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Commandant L.A.B. Truce, that would have been here this afternoon, but she have other engagements. Well, first of all, she asked me to thank the organizers of this program for bringing this program at this point in time when security issues are almost everywhere. Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, being one of the security agencies in the state, has been collaborating with other security agencies in the state to ensure that peace and tranquility reign. We have received intelligent reports from various angles. We have responded to distress calls. We've harnessed these intelligent reports, and even with the state government, support of the state government, a joint task force has been formed. We'll be able to deploy people to volatile areas where our efforts are needed. And they have gone there, they have worked, and many of them, even in the process of their duty, even some of them lost their lives, some of them sustained injuries, some of them are hospitalized. And yet, security are still committed and dedicated to ensure that peace and security reign in the state. My agency, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, are highly involved in this problem. Even in the IDP, we also work in the IDP. Many a times, my state commandant have personally, with her team, visited the IDP, and we saw how things are going on there. We have our men that work there. She on her own goodwill have also made the effort to see how the situation there can be improved. But I want to urge you to still have trust on the security agencies. Don't hesitate to contact the security agencies, that's to send security informations, intelligent reports, because security agencies work with intelligent reports. Don't hesitate, still send to them, still have trust on them, because they are still dedicated and committed to see that this peace and tranquility reign. On this note, I will say you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, of course, we can never neglect our royal fathers who have taken time to be with us and been patient enough to join us. So at this point, we know that they have also been mentioned. We would like to call them our traditional leaders, our royal fathers. We would like to call them now, and I would like to call His Royal Highness Chief Daniel Ayua Abomse, JP, who is the Te Soshin and Chairman, Goa West Traditional Council, NACA, Goa West Local Government Area in Benue State. I can come to you, sir. Put my chair there. You want to sit down? Okay, that's fine. If you stand on my chair for you don't have to go upstairs. You can just sit here. You can hold the mic.
I thank you all. Let me first and foremost appreciate other speakers, notably Professor Zach Angegundu and a host of others. I have a written contribution. At the end of this, I will submit the copies with you because my own is quite in-depth. Even if you give me 2 hours, I will not exhaust it. I am sitting as a traditional ruler who have gathered enough on this crisis spanning over 37 years. My presentation will dwell on three facets. One, I will x-ray the repugnant British policy that recreated empires and made some people lord over others. And people are still carrying out that up to this moment. The other one is a hate agenda. I call it consummated hatred on particular ethnic groups in this nation. And then the canvas solutions, which I will profile 23 solutions. Originally, as you know what the British did under the leadership of Lord Lugard, when you go to Rwanda, you have the problem of Tutsi and the Hutu. When you move in Nigeria, 3 ethnic groups were recreated. We have the House of Fulani, the Yoruba, and the Igbo. And they gave the House of Fulani a leverage. The problem is ubiquitous in Nigeria. But the people who were now used as vassals are the Tiv race in order to suppress them. The problem we are facing today has a root from that angle. Let me take you back to the days of General Babangida. Genocide was unleashed on the Tiv people living then. Let me take it Lafia Division and Okare Division, but most particular within Doma Eritrea that was created subsequently. In 1990, hosts of the Tiv people were massacred. Another group was massacred in Awe. This prompted the military government of General Babangida to direct the administration of Governor Joshua Mama Madaki, who then replaced Lieutenant Colonel Aliv Omar Kama as the military governor of Plateau State. In November of 1990, administrative panel was instituted by the government of Joshua Mama Madaki. And the panel was headed by Mr. Barnabas Dosu, former divisional officer in Tiv Division. The reports of that panel up to today remain in the coolers. At that time, the genocide began in Doma, South constituency, where the people, after it, established their population predominance by electing Honorable Mike Shuenkoko into Doma State House, Nassau State House Assembly in 1999, and he repeated the same feat. That created a kind of hatred agenda that was not accomplished then. Then the Alago oligarchy, they moved in and wooed over the Fulanis to come. Of all the local governments in Nasarawa now, Doma is the safe haven, greater than Kiana. I remember in Kiana, the two people fought in recreating Kiana Confederacy between 1714 and 1719th century. The Kiana Confederacy was recreated by the two people. Today they are tagged as vassals, and they are tagged as settlers in that state. One thing calls to mind when you come to Doma in particular, because I can give you both the marine and the terrestrial geography of that place. I can speak of every ethnic group in that land better than even the Andoma of Doma, who has a pathological hatred of the two people in his domain and has decided to wipe them off. We must look at that angle. This is where the genocidal attacks are brewed and hatched against the two people across and other ethnic groups within Benue State, particularly the Doma in Agatu axis. We must note one thing. Even the traditional seeds that were created by the British, because of subsequent review of chieftaincy laws under Nasarawa State government, have been erased completely. We have records. I remember during the days of Lafia Division, when Benue State was created in 1976, we have Justice Ier Jonathan-Ichaver Boundary Commission. I remember Justice Utsaha sitting here today was a young lawyer. He represented the two people at that time. The issue still continued. Today we have killings in mass, spanning from Gwe West Local Government, most particularly on 8th of February 2011, extending continually and contiguously to other local governments, particularly Guma, Makudi, Logo, Kwande, Ukum. In Tiv-speaking areas, Agatu, Apa, Opoku, and Otukpo local government areas. In the Idoma-speaking area. Gwe West is the epicenter of this all, as I spoke earlier. What can we say? There is hatred agenda, there is consummated hatred, I can put it that way, that we don't need these people, they are in charge of so much expanse of land, let us wipe them. The killings are ongoing, the killings are unstoppable. Where we can have the hot bed now is Gwe West, Guma, Apa, and perhaps with the sprinkling elements in Agatu. All other areas are still ongoing. So what can we say? Government must be sincere, and the governors of Nasarawa, beginning from the days of Abdoulaye Ademu, particularly from the days of Al-Makura, to the present sitting governor, must stop in indulging in eclipse of insincerity. At every point you see them appear on the national television, only lies, concocted lies. I challenge him to a sitting on a national television like this one, so that we can prove him wrong. I will not take you too much on other issues, but I will give you 23 reasons or solutions how we can best solve this. The federal government must take practical and decisive action in not only making pronouncements or issuing condemnation statements over invasion and mass murder of thief communities in Benue, Nasarawa, and Taraba states, but rather should be seen to descend heavily on the perpetrators of this act, who in real sense are terrorists masquerading as herdsmen. It is vital that those responsible for these deliberate acts of killing should be properly unmasked and punished. This is the only way government could be seen to have started to stem the wave of violence that is endangering lives across the country. The ongoing unmasking of Benue attackers and killers should continue, and the culprits brought to justice to serve as deterrent. The nomadic herdsmen must be educated to abandon the old way of roaming with animals and adapt to modern way, which is ranching, so that they can have access to qualitative education and do away with the ignorance and cruelty they always exhibit. The Fulani herdsmen and their house of killers group are out on a genocidal atrocities to be committed and land-grabbing campaign and occupation of communities of Benue and in Taraba State, forcing with the natives to live in IDP camps is totally unacceptable. The soldiers must comply with the directive given by the CDS recently in Makodi that anyone holding prohibited firearms should be shot aside. And that should not stop only with the locals, but should be implemented on these killer bandits who are now outlawed. And we know where they are outlawed, they should be killed. The Miati Allah Cattle Breeders Association, MACBAN, and Miati Allah Cattle Breeders Association are co-conspirators in this act. The leadership should be arrested and tried for complicity in attacking Benue. The thief aborigines in Nasarawa and Taraba must be given political and traditional rights. As it is today, they have no voice of their own. Whatever is happening to them is quiet and is silenced by the authorities that be. Polling booths are already relocated far away from their places. Federal government should direct INEC to do that, to designate polling booths in their places in order not to deprive them and disenfranchise them, improving their population preponderance during elections. We appeal to federal government, as a matter of fact, to reverse all land and farmland illegally occupied by foreigners or mortgaged back to the natives, particularly the two people living in Nasarawa and Taraba, also at home. We equally canvass for this point that as it is now, Nasarawa State, particularly Doma, Awe and Kiana, remain axis of evil. Government should turn her searchlights of security personnel to search these borders and fish out, as the president declared the other time, all the killer squad that are now being harbored within the Benue corridor border of Nasarawa. We must also examine the ECOWAS protocols. Given the nation's escalating security, particularly the invasion and occupation, full-scale genocidal attacks and land grabbing, aside banditry and kidnapping, Article 6 of the ECOWAS protocol must be re-examined to ensure that animals and herds and herders are not moved in anyhow into Nigeria to cause mayhem and commit unbearable atrocities in this nation. We are comprehensively opposed to any decision to allow us to coexist with our killers. Anywhere you go in Benue, the modus vivendi approach is resisted, and we will not allow that. We can't coexist with people we are not born with. It's totally unacceptable. That formula will not work in Benue. Also, there is an advocate here. We know that the two people lived in the former Lafia division, Okare division, and Native division. Let us lift this local government at the corridor here, Kiana, Domanawe. Let's go and lift Bali, Okari, and the rest, and join up with Guma and create a state to diffuse tension, just as what General Bata did in creating Nasarawa State before. We can do that kind of formula now that we are reviewing the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria at the moment. We know that the Sahel is boiling. Crisis in Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger. Government must think how best to secure the borders of Nigeria from preventing the Sahel crisis spilling over into Nigeria and further compounding our case. The issue of coexisting will learn from the Kanamburuno Empire in 1808. We also learn from Laguda, the Kachia settlement, where Grazing Reserve was created in southern Kaduna, and Kachia now has grown to become a Laguda in Fulani language, and they have now a certain authority. And we have also learned from the Wase attacks. The Wase people are no longer, doing what they want. They have an emir, and the emir is always ruled by the Fulanis. So we can't coexist with the Fulanis in Benue, where we know too well that they were not born here with us. Thank you. There are so many other positions.
We thank you, His Highness. We thank you so much, His Highness, for speaking with us. And we would...
I am presenting a list of persons murdered in cold blood in my local government spanning for 15 years. The total is 683. The names are penciled down district by district. I hand over the compendium to you with my presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Of course, we would also have His Majesty, the Ochiviri Professor James Otese. Please forgive me if I don't pronounce the names right. Professor James Otese Iozua Ayatse, CFR, Tortiv, and Chairman, Benue State Council of Traditional Rulers. He's being represented by His Royal Highness Chief Moses Anagende, the Tor Lobby.
The organizers of this wonderful event, Reverend Fathers, particularly Yorapu, representing the Bishop of Makudi Diocese, my graded traditional rulers, I welcome everybody here. I was invited to this event, and I was enjoined to bring at least 14 to 15 eminent traditional rulers with me. So you see them here. It was at my own instance because I was asked to do so by the organizers. And when I was about to come, His Royal Majesty the Tortiv telephoned me and said he too was invited. And because he couldn't attend directly because he was engaged in one other assignment, I should come and represent him. So I'm standing with my traditional rulers here on behalf of the Toti, the Brauti. That's point number one. Point number two, yesterday I was at a similar event here in Makudi in one other hotel. That event was organized by Bishop Kuka. You know him very well. I had sent a message to the bishop that said it was a bishop that was coming for that serious event. The bishop either comes himself or send a representative. On the way for the Europe, I didn't see any one of you, but I was there. And so, before I make one or two points, I want to reflect on what happened at that event. At that peace meeting, the person coordinating was a very senior Reverend Father. I would say he was a Reverend Father. And he was a Fulani man. That was the first time I saw a Fulani man as a Reverend Father. He was sitting side by side with me, and I was wondering what my people at home would say, look at sitting with the Fulani man who has been killing us. But it was a wonderful meeting. And what passed at that meeting was similar to what you have said here today. When that was organized, I say people continue to organize seminars and seminars. They are finishing us in the villages. They are killing us. You organize a seminar, you sit in big towns and talk big theology, big logistics theology. Then I discovered that organizing such an event is also very useful because it gives people the air to say exactly what they want. Sometimes they talk politics. Sometimes they say what government officers feel is not very comfortable. But all the same, they say what they want to say. It was an event. At the end of it, they came to me this morning, they came to my house this morning and asked me my feelings about the whole event. I said it was very successful, and I was invited for another event here today on the same issue of peace and security and attackers of Benue citizens. The summary of what the people said in that event was that here in Benue State, it's not an issue of farmer-header crash. It's a matter of people coming to invade Benue State and take your land. They should understand that very, very clearly. And that is our understanding, and that is our stand. We have no problem with the Fulani herdsmen, but we have a problem with people who want to come and invade and take over our land. Because what is happening here is purely genocidal. If you saw what happened today, I went there with the tour chief. And when we came, I went to the hospital to see those children. How can you talk about people roasting your cow, a child less than 2 months old? You cut off his legs, you cut off his neck, you do everything. Can he roast a cow? And some of the women, as the one who was related here, we saw them. Most of them were harmed because a woman is so emotional to her child. Some of the men were killed, some of the men ran to the bush. But the woman hearing her child cry, she will run to the child. And then she will be made by the butcher. You cut off a woman. A woman is sacred. You take off her private part, you put on her chest, and you burn the room and let it open so that the people will come and see and to make them more angry. So what are we doing? It's the deepest aspect of hate you can expect of the people. So we feel very seriously that something is wrong somewhere. Some people wanted to take over our land. My chief got up here and is talking about the Nasarawa and so on. He's right. But I think the people of Nasarawa are simply taking advantage of what the other man outside there wants to take our land. The Nasarawa people of Arago and so on, they cannot dare say they will come and take up Tiv land. They know it. They are taking advantage of the fact that the Fulani herdsmen who have recruited criminals. Somebody said if you have a criminal, distinguish yourself from your criminal. You know he's a criminal, but it's going about with you. So you too are a criminal. And so, what we're really saying is that there are basic issues. That organization specifically came to Benue State to take a look at the livestock gas law, the law establishing livestock gas. Kuka wants him to come and take a look at that law and see how the law was so brutal. The anti-grazing law, they talk about it, but they don't even know how that law was enacted. I told them that it is the traditional rulers that made that law possible. We at most of the law at the debate. I was there. Bishop Anagba sent the representatives. They brought papers. We discussed that law before we came into a very serious. It was so debated. But the point here is that why has the law not been implemented? The present government tells us, and top government officials are here, they tell us that the government has not abolished that law. Government has not. So my advice to the government of Benue State, go ahead and enforce that law. The enforcement of that law will give us a leeway. Coupled with what efforts the security men are doing here, will go some places. The law is there. These people graze freely. See, the demonstration in Daudu, not Daudu, here in Agan. Some of the women came. I would talk to some of them. They said that we are demonstrating not because they are arresting our husbands indiscriminately, but the Fulanis are grazing. We have run away from the bush. We are here, farming our small cassavas. The Fulani come here and graze right here, and nobody's talking. How can that be? How can that be? So, government officers, go ahead and enforce that law. It's your law. You have not actually taken that law away. Enforce that law. Number two, we have been crying that let our mothers go back to their ancestral home. They are here. The ones in Yeriwata. When we were in Yeriwata, they told us that even the ones who were in Agan were running back to Yeriwata because they are not being fed. Father, you are doing a good job, but you cannot do it alone. We, the translator, should help you. These people come. They are left in the camps, only to be sleeping with others. And if you go there every day, you see a woman give birth to a new child. It's full of criminals there. So why don't we do our best to take those people back to their own ancestral home? That work is above the Benue State government. Yesterday I solicited, and I'm happy Father has corroborated that. I told the man in charge of the British mission, he was there. The British mission was there. I told him and I told Father Kuka that we are pleading, liaise with the federal government and Benue State government to give us airs. Come to our aid. You can't take these people back to their home without making roads for them, without giving them security, without helping them to start life. Their homes have been occupied by the Fulanis. So do something. Government has to do that. The government cannot do that with assistance from foreign organizations. So let our refugee people, you call them IDPs, let our refugees, let them go back to their original ancestral home. That can be done. If the federal government doesn't have a way to do that because of politics, because they will not vote him in, they will vote him in. Take the IDPs back. And the final thing I want to say is the issue of our boys or people going to defend themselves. How can you defend yourself very well when these Fulanis, these people who are in the bush, have more access? They are more conversant with the bush now than our people here now. They sleep in the bush, they know the routes, they drive the motorcycles right inside the bush. So if you get up here, you say the boys, local vigilante, go there, those criminals will overpower them because they know the bush very, very well. And the roads to go to the bush are not good. And there are no vehicles. Even when the security men are going, they don't have good vehicles. They have motorcycles. These people will ambush and kill them. See what they did to our boys yesterday. So I'm asking the government, I'm appealing to people, talk to the Nigerian Air Force. Talk to the Nigerian, they can be very useful. In the air, I am told that if the Air Force is over there in the air, we give you modern drones. You have modern facilities. They use the drones. Okay. I'm sorry. And so they are saying that we have said what we should have said. That's your word. That's what Jesus.
Thank you, sir. Once again, we want to thank our traditional leaders for showing concern. Can we put our hands together for them again? Thank you so much for your patience and for showing concern. Before we move on to the representatives of the government, I would quickly like to call one last person, President General Muzug, please forgive me for the name, Muzug Chief Yobi Ihag. Please forgive me for the names.
Okay. I first of all want to thank the Almighty God for bringing all of us here. I stand by the executive protocol. I'm here with my legal advisor, Nzoti Worldwide. And you know that Nzoti has branches in all the 36 states and in the US, in UK, in Russia, and most of these countries. And I'm always going there for their meetings. I want to tell you that what is going on with us in Benue State is the Fulanis, or Nigerian government wants the Fulanis to grab our land. That's what I want to tell you. It's nothing more than that. Forget about herdsmen, farmers. No, there's nothing like. In the 21st century, somebody is saying, your business should not affect mine. Mine should not affect yours. What's bad about that? When I went to Obasanjo, I asked him. He told me, and Oni of Ife, he said, very soon, all the other states will come and copy the anti-open grazing bill. The bill was enacted by the Benue State House of Assembly. Why is it not being implemented? That is my question. I'm happy the advisor, my very good friend too, is here. The governor should implement that bill. Sometimes just talking to your kids, telling them don't do this, scares them not to. When we were talking to them, at least they were afraid of coming in. Or when we were arresting their cows, paying some money and collecting the cows, they were scared of. Our governor doing extremely very, very well. But in the terms of insecurity, that's where I said I am not too comfortable with him. He's doing wonderfully well. So he should please implement the anti-open big grazing bill so that the Fulanis will now be scared. Somebody came here and told us that he's from Moan. I am the Oga of Moan, and I'm the President General of Zoti. I've not been to Moan Council Ward for 10 years. My wife died. I couldn't bury her where I buried my dad, my mom, and my senior brothers. I buried her in my residence in Jatoka. I was pained, but what can I do? So what I want to say is, I want to advise, I've advised that of the governor. He's doing very well, we like him, we love him. But he should please work on the insecurity, the killings of our people on a daily basis. And nobody says anything about it. And you want us to believe that they're not killing our people. The thief, the Idomas, the Gedes. No. I want to thank my youths that spoke here. They're speaking very well. Please, security advisor, you cannot leave youth outside. You cannot leave the 3 socio-cultural organizations in Benue State outside your meetings. They need us, just like I need the youth, because I cannot go to war, but I send them, and I speak for them. So please, and then my advice to the federal government is, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is the one to take care of this problem. Because when you ask the Commissioner of Police, go and do this, he will tell you he's not on there, he's not answerable to you. The soldiers will say the same thing. And that is why I'm advocating that we should create state police, so that the commissioners of police will be under the governor of that state. And then we also should restructure Nigeria. These are the 2 things I'm asking the federal government to do. Restructuring of Nigeria and then creation of state police. In the United States of America, government exists primarily for what? There are 2 reasons. Protection of lives and properties. And when people are being killed on a daily basis and nothing is happening, it means we have no government. Nigeria is pregnant, I want to tell you all. And they can deliver anytime. So we should be very, very careful. And I want to advise my people, let us not just concentrate on government alone. We should also try to protect ourselves. In your house, you don't need the government to go and protect you while there. So I want all the 23 local government chairmen, let them make sure that they protect the lives of the citizens of those local governments. I want to thank the NGO very much, especially my sister, Ms. Ichaver, for organizing this wonderful get-together. My only problem is when we sit and talk, it ends there. It doesn't get there. Or when it gets there, nothing happens. So it's just my words. I've been speaking on this almost on a daily basis, on the TV, radio, nothing happens. So that's why I don't want to speak too much. I've just given 2 advices. The federal government should establish the state police and restructure Nigeria. And the governor of Benue State, my Reverend Father, I'm a Catholic like him. I enjoyed his services. he should enforce the anti-open grazing law. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of you in Jesus' name.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, the reason why we are here is because we want to see that things are different at the new Central Town Hall, so that it's not just a talk shop and then nothing changes. Before we close, of course, we would like to hear from representatives of the government, and we have some who are here with us who have graced our occasion. I would like to call Joseph Ha, who is the SA to the Governor on Internal Security here in Benue State.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so it's important that I come here today because I'm actually wearing two caps. The cap of the advisor to the governor on security and internal affairs, and the cap of a Benue citizen who is pained all these years by what is going on. And the very reason why I accepted to leave my comfort zone in Port Harcourt to come back to Benue State to do what I'm doing. So I'm not just an advisor to the governor, but I'm someone that is interested in the Benue project. Because I don't have any excuse to give my children, how did we get to this point? If they ask me, I should be able to tell them what I did for a better Benue, even if I'm overwhelmed. And that is why I chose to come to Benue State. It's the very reason why I also decided to come up here to speak. So I'm not speaking on behalf of the governor of Benue State, but I'll be talking about what I know and what my governor also knows. We sound as if government is unaware of these things. Government is fully aware of these things, and we never rest on our oars to see that these things are brought down. Each time I talk to Father Alia, he is super committed and is also disturbed that these things are going on. But let me just ask you gently, and please, without sentiments, do we really want Father Alia to go to the televisions or to the radio and say, Benue people, go out and defend yourselves? Thank you. I'm very happy for this answer. Thank you. And I want to thank you so much. This will lead to my appreciation to the organizers of this program. I had a robust engagement with the CEO of News Central, and I asked him certain questions. You came to Benue State, you engaged certain persons. Who in government did you engage? And there was nobody. So a person is buried. You want to exhume that person. You're not there when he was buried. You may start digging from the head. So you come to Benue State to help us. What is a help to Benue State? Asking people to speak. But without hearing from us, are you not a bit biased already? And so I had the opportunity to talk to him yesterday to say certain things that we also know. We are not shying away of these things. We are not overwhelmed. We cannot be overwhelmed. Alia cannot be subdued. We cannot be subdued. Benue State has never been defeated. We cannot be defeated. Talking about peace as we wear white clothes is not a sign of weakness. In every place we go to, we say these things, and we speak even in Hausa language. Zamalafia, Basoroba. Peaceful coexistence I will talk about is not fear. You push someone to the wall, it will get to a point he will come back. Let's be careful. The things we do, the things we say, because there's much that some of us know that others don't know. Here, And now, I want to mention two things that probably we don't even know. The crisis in Benue State is not herders and farmers clashes, as others want us to believe. It is not. It is banditry. It is terrorism. It is deliberate efforts to acquire the land because of the rich resources that we have in Benue State. Government is not ignorant of this. You were clapping hands, now you're not clapping hands again, no. Because now that government is telling you that they know, you're not clapping. So we know these things. And let me tell you one other thing again that is happening that you don't even know. In the Sahel, the Libya, the Mali, those countries, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, they have so much arms in those countries. There are arms dealers. That is their own business, to deal on arms and ammunitions. The only way they can come to Benue State or to the Benue Valley or to this other part of the country or to down south without being apprehended on the roads is through the bushes and through the animals. So these people that are claiming to be herders are not herders. And the earlier they stop making noise claiming to be herders, the better. They're not herders. Herders don't go about with AK-47. Herders, we know them, go about with machete and sticks. So people that want to come and sell arms in the Benue Valley, they go to rustle cattle and tie these arms on it and smuggle them in this side to come and sell. I just said that to you so you understand the story more. Another thing again that we need to know also is about the mineral resources in Benue State. Of the about 46 mineral resources in Benue State, there are about 34 in Nigeria. I think there are about 46 mineral resources in Nigeria. I'm not sure, but I think about that number. About 34 are in Benue State. Benue State is so rich. They know this. And the only way they will be part of these resources that God has given to us is going to cause mayhem to displace people so that they will be part of that place to become beneficiaries of these mineral resources. We know these things and it cannot take place. It cannot work. Another thing about the same mining is that mining, as you are aware, I don't know who amongst you saw the video where a donkey was coming out of a hole. Who saw that video? Nobody. I saw the video. And that is a true story. Where they are mining, they may dig like from here up to the police headquarters to get the product they're looking for. It means it is deep from here, deep up to the police headquarters. To go inside will be as going like this, if you watch the video. But if you are coming out, it's like climbing a hill. The items so mined are wet and are heavy. To carry them and bring them out from that ground up to this place is not easy. So they require the services of donkeys, animals. And so these will come in a disguise of herders. And they have animals that will go inside there and bring out the mined products for them. We also know this. And it's good that we also know this. And so they come with these criminals and use our boys to add to them, to shoot around the area, to disperse people from that place. Our local bandits join them to cause terror so that people run and desert that area to stay there and mine. If you go to the Jatoga axis, the number of expatriates, especially China, in that place is so huge that you can just imagine. And these criminals are used as mercenaries to protect them. And once in a while, they get out to commit terror to scare us away, scare people away from us. They also use these animals to carry these mined products through the bushes to Cameroon or to Kashimbila at the airstrip, where they go and lift this thing by the air to take it out. Now, certain persons are helping to see that this thing becomes a reality. Some irresponsible youths, some irresponsible leaders. And it's time we let them know that we know these things and they should stop. Otherwise, very soon, our people will turn against them so that we have our peace. I just try to give us, to add some points on what is going on in Benue State that nobody has mentioned here, so that we should know that this is it. The brother from Agatu and the one from Igede made a statement of fact, on which I want to amplify and also advise that the security agencies are here to mop up our arms. I want to correct that statement. It's a statement of fact, but I want to correct it. The order is very clear. They give me a sign to stop. The order is very clear to take out anyone that is carrying arms. So if herders hide their arms, they won't see them. But if you stupidly carry your arms, when you see these people, they will collect it from you. So let's be wise. In Agatu, your people will carry arms to meet soldiers. Our bullet don't finish, give us bullets. Who does that? Finally, finally it's a call for one page. There's too much hate in Benue State. Too much hate. Benue State now owns Facebook. We should be on one page of the divide, on the same page, against the common enemy. We can't do that fighting each other. Let's stop these fights and come back to be on the same page. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, we want to thank everybody for your patience so far. But before we go and before we conclude, we just want to show appreciation to and thank those who have supported us in this particular program. I want to thank Comrade Zoho Martins Timbe, who is the State Coordinator, Northern Nigeria Youth Leaders Forum, Benue State. Please, can we put our hands together for him? They were part of our supporters. We also like to thank Dr. Stanley Kavwam, who's the Deputy National Publicity Secretary for the Middle Belt Forum. Dr. Stanley has been fantastic with us. Please, can we put our hands together? And finally, also, we want to thank our partners, Sesso Empowerment Foundation and Middle Belt Concern. Please, can we put our hands together for them too? And as we gradually come to the end of today's program, I would like to invite one more person up here, and that's the person who led New Central Team to Benue State, Makurdi, and has also led us to different parts of the country and outside the country to give Nigerians a voice, so that when things affect Nigerians, our leaders can hear us, and when we speak up, things can change. I would like to call on the Managing Director and the Editor-in-Chief of New Central Television, Mr. Kayode Akintemi. Please, can we put our hands together for him? And you can see that the scarf on his hand is the color of the thief people, so he's a supporter of Benue State.
Your Highness, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, represented here, our leaders in the security agencies and government, we want to say thank you to every single one of you. And I want to beg you, everyone in this room, downstairs and upstairs is packed full. I want the cameras to show. The people of Benue have spoken today. Please give yourself a round of applause. News Central is determined that no matter what it costs, we will allow Nigerians to speak their truth and to speak from their hearts. And you have done that today. We congratulate you and we say you deserve another round of applause. One of the most impressive things that we have done today is the fact that this is supposed to be a 2-hour town hall meeting. We have spent 4 hours and we have not exhausted. There are people who are coming to me at the back and saying, MD, I haven't spoken, I have a story I want to share. And we know that it's not possible. Even one of our Royal Highnesses said, if you give him 2 hours, he will not be done yet. And we know that we don't have 2 extra hours for His Royal Highness. So we will just say that we are thankful that you have all showed up today. We're very grateful that you have stayed for 4 hours and you've been part of this conversation. This is only the beginning. I need you to know that News Central is committed to encourage and to empower every single Nigerian to speak up, because like some people will say, any mouth that is silent is silencing its own destiny, and your destiny will never be silenced. In the mighty name of Jesus, I pray. I believe very strongly, ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Highness, I believe that we have to continue to speak. This is not the last one we're going to have. I can confirm to you that in a few weeks from now, that which we wanted to do initially, we're going to do it. What we wanted to do initially was a Middle Belt town hall meeting for the entire Middle Belt. The blood that has been shed in the Middle Belt is mind-boggling, is disturbing, heartbreaking. It's the kind of thing that if it happened anywhere else in the world, the president will not be able to travel for like a whole year because he's busy trying to find solution. But it seems like we have normalized the killing and shedding of human blood in Nigeria. It's quite, I don't even find, I can't find any word to use in describing what it is like. But this cannot be sustained. This cannot be continued. So we cannot have this. Hello, yeah. So we cannot have a situation where there is so much shedding of blood and we have so normalized it to the point where one newspaper headline carries it. 200 people killed, children slaughtered and burnt alive. And people look at it, Benue again, and they move on. That cannot continue. We have to cry out and let the people that are doing this know that this is evil and it's no longer acceptable in our society. And the people in authority must know as well that for as long as they do not seem to hear, you will shout out loud enough to let them hear, even if they're deaf. And this platform, News Central, will be the one that will make itself available for you to speak your truth and to speak your heart. So on that note, I want to say thank you very much. Middle Belt Town Hall meeting will be holding very soon in the next 3 to 4 weeks. We will host it somewhere else, not in Benue. I'm glad to announce and confirm, because there was some doubt, this is the 11th in the series of town hall meeting that we have done around the country. And one of those 11 was done in the United States for Nigerians in diaspora last September. We had loads of Nigerians in diaspora who are shouting the same thing. Nigeria has got to get better. Nigerians in diaspora have got to be able to vote. They've got to be able to contribute to the development of this nation. They send money home. Their contribution to the economy of Nigeria cannot be ignored, so they should have a right to speak. That's only one agenda. There are so many others. This one is the 10th in Nigeria, plus that one that is done abroad last year. So we're not stopping. We're moving to Plateau State very soon. We'll do our town hall there for the Middle Belt. And there are so many other states that we're getting feelers from people who have been engaging us and saying clearly, we must not stop this. Every Nigerian must be encouraged to speak up and be heard and be listened to, and that government has got to do that which is right by every single one of you. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, we cannot stop praying, but those who pray and do nothing will most likely get very little results. Prayers will help, but it will only help to a certain point. We can get the bishop to pray. We can get the reverend and pastors to pray. We can get traditional rulers to pray, but we have to do something. And the starting point is to make sure that you're not silent. You have to speak up. Like I've said in other places, you see something, you say something. You see something, you say something. Do not be silent. We all have to speak. Our traditional rulers, we really appreciate your presence and your brave and courageous speeches that you have rendered, and we say that you are real good leaders because we appreciate your outspokenness. In some places they will say traditional leaders are supposed to be seen and not heard. You have been heard today, and you have to please our royal fathers continue to speak out and speak out loud. We met with the Totiv yesterday, and we appreciate the fact that he hosted us, he listened, and he shared thoughts. Those are conversations for our thoughts, for us to chew on. We've taken a speech by a presentation by one of the royal fathers. We'll go through it, and we'll see how we digest and use on our television station. But before you go, Your Royal Highnesses and my dear brothers and sisters, before you go, I will stay around here first to make sure that we can exchange contacts. It's important to us that we have your contact and that you have my contact and some of my staff, because the conversation cannot be concluded in this hall. It continues. We want a situation where every single day for the next how many months it takes to find a solution, we want to see you on News Central being a part of that conversation that we must sustain until there is peace in Benue, and by the grace of God, there will be peace in Benue. So I say thank you once again. God bless you and keep you well. By His grace, there will be peace in Benue. And I am a Christian, and when it comes to situations like this, I call God by one name, and that is Jehovah Sabaoth. He's the one that fights my battle, and I pray that He will fight your battle. And because we also call Him Jehovah Shalom, He will give you peace, and peace will reign in Benue. Thank you very much.
Once again, we'd like to say thank you to everybody, but before we go, just as we started with God, we will end with God. I would like to call on Father Moses, if you can please give us a short closing prayer just before we leave. They say the voice of the people is the voice of God, and the people have spoken today. We believe that the good Lord has listened.
May we arise for the closing prayer.
Please hold on, Father.
Father, I am so sorry. Please be seated for 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I did commit, yes, I did commit. Please sit down, sir. Please sit down, sir. I made a commitment that we have a former Attorney General, Chief Justice. Please, I would want, even if it is just to say, I am here, I'm a citizen of Benue, And what we have done today is great. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. I know, but I do want to hear your voice. Please, just a few words.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think this is rather against protocol. After my chiefs and my former president, my President General of the OT, after they must have spoken, for me to come and speak, I think it is against protocol. But please, all I say is, I agree with what we have resolved. Thank you.
A big round of applause for our daddy. Thank you.
May we arise for the... I think retired Justice Usaha should be almost the oldest person here. And I guess so, he should be one of the oldest. He should be the oldest, 80-something, and still on his feet. They have seen it all. And with their presence here, and we ask God to look mercifully upon us and grant us his blessings. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God the Father, we began this town hall with you and in your name. We invoked your name, and you answered us. You gave us the spirit of honest conversation. We beg you, as we're about to leave, let your blessing be given to us. Keep Benue State safe. Keep Nigeria safe. We know we can't ask you to come and do for us the things you have given us the capacity to do. But where we are unable, you are a God with whom nothing is impossible. Bless the efforts of News Central, all those who are behind. Keep them safe as they travel from accidents, from thieves, from kidnappers, from bandits, and as we also ask that you keep us safe. But above all, touch the hearts of our rulers for the fear of your name and for the good of the people they rule, so that there will be peace in Benue and peace in Nigeria. And touch our hearts too. As we go through these challenges, may we not forget charity towards one another. May we be charitable, and those of us who have, touch our hearts to help those who do not have. May your name be glorified now and forever through your Son Jesus, who lives with you, the Father and the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever. And may the blessings of the Almighty Father, Son, and Holy Spirit come down on you and remain with you now and forever.
And on behalf of all the News Central staff and crew members who are here in Benue State and in Lagos, all around the world, my name is Bernard Akede, lead correspondent, News Central. I'd like you to say thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your patience. And we pray that peace will be upon Benue State and Nigeria. Thank you so much.